Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. If it's a Monday morning, you already know what the forecast is going to be. It's a shitstorm. I'm your host, Arius Bookman. Welcome to the show. What do I want to talk about first? For these last few episodes of the season, I'm trying to run in the basics, the fundamentals, because most people are going to listen and they're going to say, okay, this is the most interesting part to me. And so, I'm going to listen to that because it's interesting. But I want to say it enough to where you understand what the fuck we're talking about, okay? I want to show you enough people to where you can say, okay, I can look up this person if I want some more information on what the fuck he's talking about. Most motherfuckers want it to be some new spooky, the new spooky hotness. Maybe it's Sanskrit, or maybe it's ancient Indonesian. Maybe okay, it's extra ancient, so it's extra right. No, it's not a thing. It's got shit you do got to be conducive to the life you live and what you agree to, what you believe. That being said. Today I want to focus on talking about perception. One of the things I teach in the boot camp is that part of seeing is not seeing. The things that we don't see the things that we do see are defined by the things that we don't see. Okay? But more to the point of what we're going to be talking about today is sort of the idea that the physical world is the appearance of a place. Okay? I say it a lot, and it's easy for me to say it, and motherfuckers just jump on the bandwagon and be like, haha, this nigga's right. Go Arius, we're on his team. You're not. I need to be defeated. I need somebody to put me in my place. No, but seriously, I want to lean into giving you a better idea about how perception works, so that you can take the information and make the determinations you want to. I don't want to tell you how to feel. I don't want to tell you what you should think. I don't want to tell you what you should do. All right. I want to point you in the direction of your own capacity to ascertain this information. That way you can take the information and make your own conclusions about it. You'd be surprised how often motherfuckers don't even know how to come to our own conclusions. Before I do the intro, it's easy to say, okay, I'm doing whatever I want to by myself. But then you'd be surprised how many motherfuckers get out here and the thing they're looking for is the ultimate rule set. That's what they're looking for. And they can't, as much as they want to do whatever they want to do when they want to, the idea that there is no rule that you have to follow that's necessarily required of you, it's baffling. It's daunting, actually, because they're like, okay, I don't really do much. I'm a novice here, right? They love the idea of the freedom, but they don't like the responsibility that comes with your own sovereignty. Which is what you're looking for. You don't want to do this all by yourself. You want to get in here and, solo dolo. I don't have to listen to nobody. Well, that's what you're doing. You're standing in your own sovereignty, and I can respect that most certainly. But you get what you ask for. That being said, I know what you're asking for. Arius, what's going on, man? We like a minute and a half into the show. I didn't get what I came for. You know what? I'm gonna give it to you right now. Here you go, because I know what you came for. Here you go. So yeah, I need the intro music and I need the waiting screen music. These are my ingredients for my soup. I'm sorry. Anyways, okay, so what we're gonna be doing today? Let me switch over here. I was making this video for today. Trying to grab the most pertinent points within the entire lecture. This most certainly will not be the entire lecture he was doing. There are multiple lectures. There are multiple avenues you can find this guy. His name is Dr. Donald Hoffman. He's a mathematical physicist. Yeah, I just wanted to be correct. And I could possibly still be wrong. He's a mathematical physicist, okay? Some physicists aren't just the people doing microscope, look at an atom kind of thing, okay? They're also those who are doing the mathematical calculations that kind of postulate the direction that different types of physics go in. They're calculating all the different, and let's say you're one of these CERN guys, right? And you're looking at two little subatomic particles, and you want to map out not just two, but like 10,000. They're the guys doing the math, okay? And I want you to hear it from the people who do this stuff, okay? I don't study quantum physics. So I'm not going to tell you that quantum physics is the thing spiritually or metaphysically. I'm most certainly going to tell you quantum physics is still the physical realm. Okay, still the physical realm. Please let it go. But that's why we're here. I want to help you get to a place where you can start to let materialism go. Okay, that means your cells. That means your DNA. That means your melanin. I want to get you to a place where you can start to let that bullshit go. Okay, and what we're going to do today is perception. Because I think I'm about to spend a couple episodes reiterating the fact that these are not fundamental things in reality. That the symmetries of space-time, your DNA, your melanin, your Kundalini back oil, like these are not fundamentals of reality. Okay, to the degree to which they even exist at all. And the scientists themselves, the people who postulate these things, will tell you. See, it's easy to say they lied to me about everything except, melanin and DNA. This is the stuff they were telling me the truth about. In fact, my ancestors were talking about it. Like, bus stop. Y'all motherfuckers love to project whatever you don't want to throw away into history. You love to project whatever you don't want to throw away into history. The idea that Kemet was about black people. The fuck out of here. It was a black land and a red land. Black land being the homeland, the red land being the wilderness, the land of Set, the land of the desert, the land of the foreigner, the land of storms. It was not about skin color. Well, this is why we were always the black people. No. You're projecting something contemporary into the past. It's an error in your historiography. Okay? I'll say it. It's an error in your historiography. These fucking these gender identities, identity politics, the idea of the separation of males and females as a separate group within society. Like, you may have had separate roles, but the roles were so complementary that the idea of separating man from woman was ridiculous. But anyways, hey, whatever. I'm here to tell you this shit. You can do what the fuck you want to. Serious Sut Triple A, could see in the chat, man. These last couple episodes are fire. Hey man, I gotta, cause I'm not planning on doing more than these two seasons. I think things should be able to die. I don't think I need to be leaving a little end where it's like, okay, is it gonna happen? Like, no, I'll give you some closure. And I wanna put this shit out here so that motherfuckers can get it. It's not that difficult. Having me looking funny at these people talking now with these knee frameworks. Neo frameworks, maybe? I don't know. Hey, can I just see the chat thing? No, it's like huge. Why is it so huge? It's because I'm a piece of shit. That has to be the answer. That's like always the answer. It's because I'm a piece of shit. Yeah, I didn't do this right. Let me do this. You gotta make the chat part of the show. Am I fucking up? No, I'm not fucking up. I probably am. Bro, that shit looks small as fuck. Anyway, I'll figure that out later. I can always even bring over the window. Anyways, let me get that off here. Let's get into this shit today, okay? Let's get into this. I'm thinking, do I need any further ado? Nah, not really. Shout outs to all the motherfuckers out there who go to Occult Corner Store. Appreciate y'all's participation. Keep it up, man. We always got the good shit coming along. OccultCornerStore.com. Alright, let me set this up here for you.
I'll talk today about perception, illusion, and truth. And I'll begin with a demonstration. I'm showing you an image, a blank screen, and an image. Do you notice anything different between that image and that image? If you see it, don't let it out. How many see a difference? Does anybody see a difference? 1, 2. How many do not see a difference? Okay. Keep looking. Well, can you see the difference there?
Excellent pause. You see me pause that shit? That shit was excellent. Ha! Of course, good to see you in the chat. Hey, man, anybody who's watching or whatever, if you can see the difference, throw it in the chat. Don't mind. If you can see the difference in the pictures, throw it in the chat for somebody who's listening. Because look, once you can see it, you can't unsee it. So there's that. But that's kind of part of what we're in here today. How your perceptions actually work. Not simply the machinery, although we're going to go into the machinery a little bit. The nature of your perceptions. Okay? The perceptions you have given to you by your brain have nothing to do with truth. Say it again. The perceptions you're getting from your brain have nothing to do with truth, have nothing to do with the fundamentals of reality. They have evolved to make sure this thing has babies, eats, and lives as long as it can. That's all those perceptions are made for. And we're going to get into that here because I want you to understand the extent of it. It's easy to hear me say those words and say, oh, I get what he means by it, because I did not understand any of the words. I need you to understand the implications of it, okay? Hey, Course thing, if you see it, man, put in the chat what it is, bro. Because remember, that's the thing you got to see about this stuff. Like, there's nobody who's hiding this from you. There's nobody who's trying to trick you more than your brain and your fucking DNA. See, when I say DNA is the devil, your brain is on order of the DNA. But DNA ain't something that's there to fucking be your best friend. Because what is you? Fuck out of here. Niggas love DNA. Your brain is the beast. No, I'm being facetious. Your brain is not the beast. I was being a dick, okay? Don't quote me on that. The beast is something completely different, not your brain. But your brain is the distraction, okay? And it's not doing it maliciously. It's supposed to do it. There we go, guys. The turbine, the engine. Yes, sir. That's the first thing on here, okay? That's the first thing, the switching. It's right there in the middle of the screen. And you think, the way we generally conceive our ideas, that what we get from our eyes is an image of the world. Well, we're gonna work. We're gonna fuck with that. We're gonna fuck with that. Let's continue. Perception, illusion, and truth.
Okay, now you might wonder, how in the world did you miss that? Right? It's huge. It's in the middle of the screen. It's sort of important. You don't want to leave without it. and yet we didn't see it. For most people, this is quite a surprise. We have beliefs about our conscious experiences that are deeply false. And experiments can actually reveal a lot about consciousness and our conscious experiences that we didn't expect to be true.
And before I go on, I just want to throw this out here because it just kind of pops into my head. Saying that the physical world is illusionary, does not mean that deities come to the physical world, or like it does. Just because you understand the world is illusionary does not mean you comprehend what's behind the illusion. All right, like sometimes you know, and we have this intuition about ourselves. You know, as soon as somebody understands the predicament that they're in, they'll just obviously fix it. No, no. Actually, I'm really good at having a very clear view of some of the things that are wrong with me, and then just looking at them and walking away. Okay, so just because you can perceive that your perception is faulty, comprehending how, why, and the implications of that are a different thing. And that's kind of what I want to get into, okay? Because it's easy to say it's all an illusion and whatnot. All right, so on this next one, see if you can see what's changing.
Give you another chance. Again, don't blurt it out if you know it. Anybody see the difference yet? How many do not see the difference? Okay, well, okay, notice that you're searching, it looks like it's the same image both times, you can't figure out what's going on there, and then all of a sudden when you see it, you can't help but see it. So there's a bar going up and down here, right in the middle of the screen. Again, this is not some tiny little thing tucked away. So your conscious experience, we all think that we have a detailed experience of the world around us, and that's an illusion. You have high resolution vision in a disc about a radius of your thumb's width at arm's length. That's all that you see in high resolution. And as you move your eyes around, you're moving that disc around, but we have the illusion that we're seeing the whole world in high resolution. It's very easy to assume we know more about consciousness than we really know. The field of psychophysics that I work in, we study conscious experiences for many, many decades now. We've done that, and it's full of surprises. You can learn a lot about your conscious experiences that you didn't know.
So that's sort of some of the direction we want to go in, okay? Remember, we're talking about illusion. Illusion does not mean it's not real. It means it's not what it appears to be. It means it's not what it appears to be, okay? Now, if you're using the illusion to discern truth, and you don't know how to overcome the illusion, but your truth is off. Your truth is off, okay? And you're going to navigate that by way of your perception. So you need to know how your perception works in order to get to any kind of truth. Hell, really, to be completely fucking honest, you need a little bit of philosophy to even understand the concept of truth. It's easy to say, this is the truth. Facts. Fire. It's easy to do that. When you feel something, oh, I feel this. Facts. No, okay, I get it. I get the inclination to do it, but it's wrong. It's wrong. And if you want truth, see, if you want the feeling of truth, you can take anything. You can take fucking anything. I got apples in the fridge. Having apples in your fridge is the truth. People who have apples in their fridge live by the truth. Okay, cool, wonderful. That'll give you a feeling. Go for it, buddy. But if you want to comprehend what the fuck you're even talking about, the philosophers are the ones who are going to tell you about truth. Okay, the philosophers are the ones who are going to tell you about truth. You're going to have everybody else who wants to convince you that what they're saying is the thing, tell you, hey, here, the truth, exposed. Here's the truth they don't want you to know. This new truth changes everything. They want your attention. And I mean, it works, I get it, okay, cool. But for your own sake, you're looking for truth, you got to think about it. No, man, I know. Eric's ain't talking about me. He's talking about these other guys. I resonate with this. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm talking about you, okay? Truth, perception, illusion. And I picked this particular lecture. He has other lectures he's done on the topic, but I picked this one because this is kind of where he's focusing, and it's what I like to talk. It's what I'm talking about. All right, so keep this in mind. The truth thing, okay? Don't get your panties in a bunch yet. We gotta explore the idea of truth, to be completely honest.
There are tight correlations between brain activity and conscious experiences. There's an area in your brain called area V4, which is shown there on the left, and also area V4 alpha, shown here, that is highly correlated with your experiences of color. If we take a magnet, a transcranial magnetic stimulator, and we touch it just outside, on your skull, outside here, close to area V4 and inhibit, you will lose all color experience in your left visual world. So you'll see normal color in the right visual world, and just shades of gray in the left side of the visual world. You turn the magnet off, and you'll experience the colors come swishing back in. So we can play with your color experiences. We know that there are tight correlations between neural activity and conscious experiences. In fact, we have dozens, perhaps hundreds of them. I'm just giving you one. We have hundreds of correlations like this. So what we're very interested in cognitive neuroscience is to understand not just the correlations, that's the data. The correlations are abundant. We want to understand in principle what is the relationship between brain activity and conscious experiences. And this is called the hard problem of consciousness. We have hundreds of correlations between brain activity and conscious experiences, and my colleagues have been for the last 4 decades intensively, but for the last 3 centuries, thinking about the problem, how could brain activity cause conscious experiences? How does neural activity in the brain cause conscious experiences? That's the assumption. And as we'll see, there's not been any progress on that problem. It's a physicalist approach. The assumption is that brain activity is fundamental. Brains exist even when they're not perceived. They have causal powers, neurons have causal powers, and somehow the activity of neural activity causes our conscious experiences. That's the physicalist assumption. And I would say 99.99% of my colleagues are making that assumption in their work. Somehow neural activity causes our conscious experiences. And what's happened is we've made no progress. We have no idea how neural activity could cause conscious experiences. All of the theories that have been proposed so far are only believed by the graduate students of the person who proposes them. And in every case, right at the point where the neural activity gives rise to the conscious experience, a miracle occurs. Consciousness, like a rabbit, pops out of the hat. And I'll be very, very precise. There is no theory that can explain how a specific conscious experience, like say the taste of chocolate or the smell of garlic or whatever, can arise from a specific kind of brain activity. No one has been able to say this brain activity will necessarily cause the taste of chocolate. It could not cause the taste of vanilla or the smell of garlic. There's nothing on the table, nothing.
You said a lot here, and this isn't even as far as we're gonna go. But I want to make sure we got what we're talking about here so far. Okay, the main point right here so far, and like I said, the physicists, the scientists, the mathematicians, they've been saying for at least the last 40 years, quite publicly, that space-time is not fundamental. Okay, what are the implications of that? What he's saying right here is that even though there's plenty of data, see the correlations between conscious experience and brain activity are data. It's just data. It's not causation. The correlation is not causation, and that's the issue they're having. It's called the hard problem of consciousness. We've talked about this before. We've heard people talk about this before. We especially went into this when we were listening to Bernardo Kastrup, who's the proponent of analytic idealism. Okay, the hard problem of consciousness is a problem of the materialist or the physicalist mindset. And you'll say, okay, no, I'm not a materialist. Not me. Okay, well, what's fundamental? Brains, melanin, and DNA. You're a materialist. You're a materialist. Okay, look. We talked about the inclusion of matter in the conversation. Hey, cuz I'm tuned in. Fuck you, but thank you. Good to see you in the chat, bro. Good to see you. Welcome to the show, man. Okay, yeah, perception, all right? Most people are claiming this idea of spirituality, but you're materialist. You're materialist and you don't realize it. You got to look at the presuppositions that you're making. How you're allowing the illusionary perception of the physical world to characterize your conclusion about what truth is, okay? The hard problem of consciousness is an artifact of the inclusion of matter into the conversation. You don't have the hard problem of consciousness without matter, okay? The inclusion of matter, because look, once again, remember last time we talked about every framework starts with a miracle. Every theory starts with a miracle. I don't care how cool, super new, cutting edge you think you are. There's no, in order to explain anything in terms of something else, you have to start somewhere, okay? Now, the idea of using reductionism for space-time, like your melanin, your brain, your DNA, well, it's not the brain areas, obviously. This guy's a little behind. It's the DNA microtubules. Don't you understand that when the melanin is warmed by the sunlight and there's water in your stomach, the kundalini rises that much faster because your spinal cord is lubricated from the 33rd down to the 1st. I'm good at that shit. It's gibberish. It's fucking gibberish. All of those things are symmetries of space-time. If there's oil in your spinous kundalini, it's symmetry of space-time. It's particulate matter. All 3 of your vertebrae. Every piece of DNA ever. All of it. Even the junk DNA, the unactivated DNA, the superactivated DNA, the hyperstrand DNA, the triple, quadruple helix DNA, it's particulate matter. It is not fundamental to reality, and if you make it fundamental in your spiritual frameworks, you're fucking up. Period. Period. The symmetries of space-time are not fundamental to reality. And so there's no way you make them fundamental to a spiritual framework. Okay? Your ancestors were not talking about melanin and DNA. Melanin and DNA are abstract ideas used to predict behavior. They're not telling you what a thing is. Okay? Your ancestors were not talking about melanin and DNA. But don't you see the caduceus? There's a double helix there. It has to have been DNA. So there's nothing else that symbol can mean. It has to be DNA. Fuck out of here. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's dumb and it's presumptive, but I understand why you do it, because you're looking for something to grasp. But my nigga, that ain't the thing. Okay, we're talking about, this is the hard problem of consciousness. All this physical matter, okay? All the correlations they have with the brain. Because we've talked about the difference between correlation and causation. Correlation is not causation. As compelling as data may be, correlation is not causation. Here's the perfect example. I love this example. I mostly loved it because I made it up. Piece of shit, guys. The example is, okay, there's a 50-car pileup on the highway, and somebody's like, okay, this is awful. I want to explore how this happens. I want to go get some data out here, right? So they go out there, they're looking at all the cars in the big pileup, trying to see, okay, what do all these cars have in common? And the data that they found showed that all the cars that were in the pileup had gas in the tank. There's your correlation. But if you presume that that's causation, you will say that car pileups are caused by cars having gas in the tank. Correlation is not causation. See, this is what he's talking about. And once again, these are the people that study it. I'm a nigga in a room talking to you about it. I study metaphysics. I study the occult. These are niggas that study the shit you motherfuckers invoke. They study it for a life. Motherfuckers pay them to do it. They do the experiments you motherfuckers will cite. So you go straight to the horse's mouth. You don't have to listen to areas. Hey guys, do your research. I'm pulling the research for you. Fuck you mean? These people who give you the shit telling you the shit ain't fundamental, telling you the shit's abstractions to describe behavior, but you have no other conception about how to conceive the world, yourself, or the connection with it. And that's the issue. Materialism, physicalism is dead. Space-time is doomed. As useful as it is in predicting behavior, when you start to get to looking for fundamentals, space-time is emergent. It's emergent, meaning it comes from a deeper reality that they're already starting to find little pieces of in their science, in their Western science ways. Okay? Just loosen that grip on melanin and DNA, just a little bit. Let's continue. Because I want you to see it in your face, because it's you that's fucking up. It's you that's confusing yourself. As a thing is bound, so it is unbound. Anyway, let me continue. My ranting ass.
To the extent that we think about vision at all, we think of it as like just taking a picture, right? You just open your eyes, you take a picture of the real 3D world, the objects and colors and so forth that are already there, and taking a picture when we could do that even before there were computers. So why should we have all this computational power in the brain involved in vision? And it turns out there is an aspect of visual perception that's like a camera. The eye has a lens which focuses an image on the back of the eye, a place called the retina, where there's a piece of nervous tissue, the retina, that has about 130 million photoreceptors. And there's some sophisticated processing in the retina itself. You have hundreds of millions of interneurons which are doing sophisticated computations. The result coming out the optic nerve is about 1 million axons. So you have 130 million photoreceptors, you have data compression, 131 data compression after all this data processing coming out the back of the eye. Pretty impressive. So that's a pretty sophisticated camera. But it then goes, the optic nerve goes to your visual cortex and into all the brain areas I mentioned. And there now you have literally 20 to 30 billion neurons and trillions of synapses that are involved in processing the image. And the question is why? What's going on here? And the received opinion, and what I'm telling you now is standard fare in cognitive neuroscience. None of this is controversial at all. The idea is that we construct what we see. The reason we have all this cortical area involved in visual perception is because you're not just taking a picture of reality, you are actively constructing all the shapes, colors, motions that you see. And I'll just give you a couple quick examples just to give you a feel for that. I have some discs with parts cut out. If I just rotate them a little bit, you might all of a sudden see a three-dimensional cube popping out with glowing edges. Those edges are all hallucinated by your visual system. The glow is hallucinated by your visual system. The three dimensions are hallucinated by your visual system. And you can probably see two different cubes, one with corner B coming out in front, and then it can flip and you can see a different cube with corner A.
Oh, yeah, I know the video's about to go to the next segment. I cut. I want to keep it here for a second, okay? This, and we're gonna have other examples, and we're gonna go into a little more depth about different ways in which this works. But this idea is the root of what I'm talking about, okay? Your brain constructs the reality you perceive, and it doesn't construct a one-to-one reality, okay? A lot of this shit is filling in. It's filling in. It's rendering it like you would in a video game. It's rendering it. And once again, this isn't a claim that the physical world isn't real. It's certainly real. It's not what it appears to be. And you're drowning in the appearance. Okay? You can perceive a three-dimensional cube. Even you looking at the screen at home, your screen is two-dimensional, so you know it's not two-dimensional. You only know it's not two-dimensional because you have enough experience to recognize that. But you still perceive it. You can't turn that off. Try turning it off. Try turning off the cube you perceive there. You can't. It's built into this shit. It's built into this shit to do that. So you still want to upgrade your brain? How about you turn it the fuck off? That's what we were talking about that last episode. You're taking psychedelics, right? And you're having this amazing, profound experience. You're like, oh my God, I wonder what's going on in the brain. It's doing less than it usually does. Deeper you in, probably the less it's doing. It's doing less than it was. When you get this out your way, you can start to perceive again. But this gives you it conditions your perception to create a concept of a world that allows you to optimally use this. It needs food, it needs fucking, and it needs a future. Okay? Which means power, which means moving forward, which means surviving. Food, fucking, and a future. That's all this thing is designed to do. It's made specifically for this world, in its environment. This is why the physical body has to evolve. It's part of the environment it's in. That's why you can't take this body and put it on the moon. If something evolved on the moon, then maybe you wouldn't have to put it on the moon because it's already there. Look, that cube you're seeing, it is foreshadowing. It's a glimpse of catching. You know, you ever see somebody like catch a glitch in the Matrix, and kind of like, what was that? What was that? I saw something. Was that deja vu, Neo? They changed something. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I was in the Matrix for a second. Look. This is a glitch. Us having this conversation is discussing a glitch. Okay, it's easy to say the Matrix, because everybody knows the movie. Look, this is what we're getting into, okay? This is what we're getting into.
In front. How many people can see the cubes? Okay. Here, you might see some blue bands with sharp edges that are glowing, moving across a field of black dots. All of that is you. There are no blue bands, there are no sharp edges, there's nothing moving. All I'm doing, and I won't, you can trust me or check it later on, I have a movie, I created this movie, frame by frame, all I'm doing, I'm changing colors of individual dots from black to blue or blue to black, that's all I'm doing. Nothing's moving. Your visual system sees how I'm changing just the colors of individual dots that aren't moving, and you create the whole story of the bands and their movement and the sharp edges, which aren't there. This is one you can check for yourself. The top and the bottom of this cube, same shade of gray or different. Look quite different, right? The top looks pretty dark, the bottom looks pretty light. If you close your left eye and put your index finger so that it goes over the bar between them, either the line between the top and the bottom, you'll see that they're exactly the same. So you're not seeing the true colors or true shades of gray. You're creating these. These dots look flat. If I put them in motion, notice that you inflate a three-dimensional volume. You are creating a three-dimensional space. I'm going to argue that the three-dimensional space that you see right now is entirely inflated by you. And it doesn't exist except for you.
Your perception of reality, depth, movement, change, your whole conception of the idea of a three-dimensional space that you're perceiving. Your whole conception of the three-dimensional space you're perceiving. And see, I think the reason most people have an intuitive difficulty with this is because they start from the physical world and try to go up. Okay, so like think of it like this. Like if I'm saying, okay, all you really experience is your physical world, you're looking at your 3D world, right? And you're thinking, so then what's behind this must be smaller somehow. It's like, no, you're in the small thing. You're in the small thing. Like if I turn on a video game and I'm playing a video game, my avatar is in the thing that's smaller. You're in the thing that's smaller, mostly because you're confined to your perception from the brain. You're used to that. Your whole identity is framed around the idea that what you are is something that's either physical or lives in the physical. All right, most of the way you frame reality is based on your conception and experience of the physical realm, but most of that is illusionary. Your brain is generating it to be most optimal for its survival. So if you're not the body, it's not here for you. DNA ain't here for you. DNA ain't here for, melanin ain't here for you. It ain't. If you're not the body, this shit ain't for you. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Give back that 10%, all of Malkuth, the physical realm, give it back. But see, part of giving that back is your conception of self. It's not just the meat bag, because most of your conception of self is shaped around your experience of the meat bag and its world, which is illusionary. It's the appearance. And if you could kind of step back from that appearance, you'll see the larger thing. See, this is the give back 10%. Because if Malkuth is 10% of the tree of life and you give back 10%, what are you left with? The other 90, the larger part. And so the brain is like it's focusing, because this is what it has to do. And I mean, come on, once again, it's not some malicious thing. There is infinite amount of information, always. The brain is deciding what is relevant. It has to decide what's relevant out of everything that could be relevant. And so the grand majority will be deemed irrelevant. The grand majority will be deemed irrelevant, and if it's efficient, it'll find the most relevant things and build your reality based on what it considers the most relevant thing. It will build your reality, the brain, based on what it considers the most relative thing. So it takes the most relative thing, and by means of that, makes your reality. We love asses, right? It's a primate thing. It's a primate thing. It comes with the brain. It's looking at ass before you even realize you're looking at it. Why? Let me guess. Ass must be divine. Yeah, I bet we gonna think that because fucking primates. Look, and we're going to get into some more specific ways of how this works, how this functions in people's life, how it functions in your life. Because it's easy to say everybody's, oh, look at all these other people who are trapped in the matrix, who just don't get it. Fuck out of here. You think because you say archons and Sophia, you get something. Whatever. My bad. Lucid Bay, good to see you in the chat, man. Walking by things in the house and wondering how object performance works. It's like, when he'll talk about it a little bit. We talked about this last episode too. Like thinking about it as the interface on a computer. Like, let's say the different things you see in the world are icons on your desktop. And you're like, well, bro, I don't care about icons on my desktop. I care about, food in my fridge and going to work. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna deny you that. Think about it like this. Let's say you have an icon on your desktop that represents all the work you've done this week at work, and you need to turn it in tomorrow. Well, they're just icons. I'll just drag that one over here to the trash. No, you won't. You need it. It's got many things. You got in a folder that's got all the pictures of your baby for the last 10 years that you saved from the house fire. It's just an icon. Just drag it to the trash. No. Context. You care about the shit on your computer. You may not care about it as much as the other things you think you care about, but to the degree to which I'm talking about the computer, I'm talking about your perception of physical life. Your perception of physical life. It's that screen. But you're so engulfed in the screen, you perceive it as everything. Like when you sit and watching a movie and you in that shit because it's getting kind of good, or you're in it. You're in it, perception based. You're in it, perception based. Eli, good to see you in the chat. Object permanence. Yes, object permanence. You're going to talk about this a little bit as well. Because once again, I'm not telling you the physical world ain't real. I'm telling you it's not what you perceive it to be. It's a pinhole perception. And if you try to use that pinhole perception to try and get a good idea of truth, reality, it's not going to work. It's not built for that. And that's the biggest point. Your brain, your perceptions of the physical world are not built to perceive truth. They're built to survive. Imagine if a lion who needs to survive was caught up contemplating truth on the African Sahara, and here come the hyenas who don't give a fuck about truth. Who's gonna survive? Who's gonna move into the future? This thing is made to not give a fuck about reality. It's here to make sure you survive and builds the reality you perceive so that it's conducive to that ends. Not truth. When you look at the icon on the computer, it's not made for truth. It's not showing you zeros and ones. It's not showing you circuitry. It's not showing you coding program. It's showing you what you need to see to do what you need to do. That's it. That's all your perception is going to give you. What you need to do. This is what you need to see. You talk about the Wizard of Oz and the man behind the curtain, right? Fuck out of here. And then niggas gonna go to melanin DNA. That's really what it is. But stop. Whatever. Let me continue. All right. Perception, illusion, and truth. Illusion ain't something you gotta run away from. It's something you need to comprehend your relationship to.
So, but why do my colleagues say that we reconstruct reality?
One other thing before I start this up, I didn't mention it, but he mentioned it. Keep in mind, nothing I've said to this point is controversial among physicists, neurologists, or neurophysicists, okay? None of this is controversy yet. So if you don't know it, it's because you're late on keeping up on the research. Do your research, right? You're late, about 40 years late. This is what I keep saying. These occult and spiritual motherfuckers are using outdated information and trying to make it fundamentals of frameworks. The same people that you say, that you get the shit you use from, your atoms, your cells, your melanin, your interest in the quantum, for the last 40 years, publicly, they've been saying it ain't fundamental. And so you just ain't caught up with it because you can't let go of DNA and melanin. I got this, my melanin that's doing this, my melanin is the thing. But it's not fundamental, dude. It's literally emergent from something else. But really, it's the melanin because all that is melanin out there too. So now you're projecting melanin across the cosmos. See, niggas do the same thing with race. Start projecting race across the cosmos. And now there's some evil white reptile alien. It's like, bro, can you let them? It's the planet Earth. Like, just say I don't understand how the rest of reality works aside from how I frame it right here. I don't project white people into the cosmos. Like, dude, fuck out of here. It's bad enough I gotta watch that shit on Star Trek. Motherfuckers make up some ridiculous shit. Fuck. Supreme Kababu, this shit heat. Boy, don't burn yourself now. See, you burn yourself in this shit storm. Hey man, don't nobody else do it. Don't nobody else do it. Like I said, the comprehension of illusion is needed. How it works and its importance. Your relationship to it. Your relationship to it. It's not something you gotta run from. It's not something you gotta run from. Your relationship to it. Yes, guys, let's go. Let's go. Because remember, once again, up to this point, none of this is controversial in the scientific field. All right? Let's keep moving.
Well, the typical argument is an evolutionary argument, and we'll go into it in a minute. Here's a textbook that we use in my department for the graduate students, and in the introduction to the textbook, the author tells the students that evolutionarily speaking, vision is useful precisely because it's so accurate. And that sounds pretty good, right? Of course. I mean, what else could it be? So the idea is that accurate perceptions are fitter perceptions. And most of my colleagues believe this. And it turns out it's utterly false. It completely misunderstands evolution by natural selection. But before I tell you why, I'll just give you a couple humorous examples of where maybe our perceptions aren't really telling us the truth. There's a beetle in the outback of Australia. The jewel beetle, as you can see, it's dimpled, glossy, and brown. The females are flightless. The males fly, looking, of course, for eligible females, and when he finds one, he alights and mates. In the outback of Australia, there's another species, Homo sapiens, and the males of that species like full beer bottles. They're not interested in empties, and they throw the empties out in the outback. And it turns out that those bottles were dimpled, glossy, and just the right shade of brown to catch the fancy of these beetles. It turned out the male beetles would flock all over those bottles trying to mate, and that is what it looks like. He's excited. And the species almost went extinct. The real females were not of interest when these Amazons were available. and what that showed, so that's quite surprising. The males had successfully, for hundreds of thousands of years, used their senses to find and mate with females. You would think surely evolution had shaped them to know what a real female is. Clearly not. They had a little trick, a little hack. A female is anything dimpled, glossy, and brown. The bigger the better. And so that was what they were looking for. And in their niche, that little trick was good enough. But just disturb the niche a little bit, throw a few beer bottles out there, and the species goes extinct. And in fact, 99.99% of all species that have been on the planet are extinct. So evolution does not shape us to see the truth. It gives you tricks and hacks for your niche. You might say, well, beetles, they have tiny brains. Surely not mammals. And I won't dwell on this, but you get the idea. Okay.
I want to talk about some of the implications on this. So let me go back to the picture real quick, because I think the picture is very illustrative of what we're talking about here. Come on, bro, where the picture at? Am I tripping? No, I'm not tripping. Okay. I'm like, bro, I have to be the one tripping. I'm not tripping. Supreme Cop said, I find myself being silent most days. Fuck it, I gotta get burned when been in the lily fields too much. Hey man, look, silence is a good place. Because this is what I usually tell people, especially people who feel inclined to teach or let other people know. What they like to do is give hints. Because they know the truth and they're just gonna share a little hint, fucking virtue signaling, prideful bullshit. Anyways, yeah, man, it's you. If you don't know, it's best to be quiet, because then you're in the perfect place to learn. Like when motherfuckers are busy, being the new cat who knows enough secrets to tell and wake up the masses. Oh, fuck out of here, man. It's superhero. Instead of waiting for Jesus, you become Jesus. But then don't save you. Think you're going to save everybody else, because obviously I'm saved. I work out, drink my spirulina, and meditate with a sage stick, I know about DNA, melanin, and kundalini, so clearly I'm already there. I'm already winning. No, wrong. Look, I think this is very pertinent. I think this is extremely pertinent. Your brain is not giving you a one-to-one picture of reality. It's showing you it's giving you tricks and hacks to get by. If you didn't comprehend what happened to this beetle here, look at that beetle's, look at its wing casing, and look at the edge of that bottle. For hundreds of thousands of years, I would say millions, because I don't think things like this evolve really slowly. So I'll say 100,000 years, hundreds of thousands of years, just to be, gracious. Okay, hundreds of thousands of years. This creature has successfully mated and propagated itself. Right? And so you think, nature just been getting better and better, making sure this creature has the perception it needs about reality, about the world out there. It looks at that beer bottle, and that looks like the sexiest, hottest, curviest, bussin' most female it ever seen. It ain't even interested in what a real female is, because to be honest, based on its perception, that's the realest female there ever could be. It's the god of females. So of course, it ain't going to mate with the regular females. This is this evolutionary baggage. Like our bodies, like sugar and salt, are difficult to find in nature a lot. So your body is evolved to reward you for finding them. And so you get that dopamine, you get that hit. This is a good thing. Here's your reward. Here's your reward, little nigger. Haha, your little brain slave. Get this shit. Here's some dopamine, bitch. Some dopamine, bitch. Well, no, it's evolutionary baggage, because now we got shit like the high fructose corn syrup and that shit. Niggas is huge now. It used to be difficult to get fats and salts. Now motherfuckers can get them all the time. So it's and you see how we react to it. Okay, I like to think about this, because the dynamics between males and females. When I was managing Jimmy John's, we used to have a nice big glass so we could see outside, and there was a nightclub like maybe 2 or 3 businesses down. So at night, it was the U-bar at night. The busty chasties would come out, but and they'd be out in they skimpy thing, ready to go to the club. And look, this is why this is part of the reason I do my 7-foot rule. If she's more than 7 feet away, I don't really see it. This thing is gonna tell me what I see, but I don't really see it. I know I don't. Cause look, bro, from 30 feet away, I'll spot it. And that thing'll look good. It'll look good, but it's a trick. It's a trick, and they know the trick too. She gotta be within 7 feet, or else I'm like, I don't know. Same mechanisms, okay? And so now, like, there's the thing with the AI girl who they gave an Instagram page to, and dudes are flocking to it, right? It's a shiny bottle. All right, you give motherfuckers social media attention to where some motherfucker who's famous can like your picture. It's one of these. It's a bottle out there fucking with your hacks. All right, look, motherfuckers was never. We didn't evolve for porn. We didn't evolve for social media attention. It's a big fucking bottle. And that's just the shit we've been most comfortable with. That's like sex, okay? The whole thing works like that. It's a collection of hacks and tricks built to form and the appearance of a reality. Illusion. Okay, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do because it's made a beautiful machine that's conducive to the environment that it exists in. So it's done what it's supposed to do, but you have to understand this ain't about truth. It's not. It never has been. And it'd be ridiculous for it to be. Let's continue. Let's go one other thing, because I think this one was interesting as well. You saw the moose. You saw the moose up there doing that, just saying that big buffalo thing, and that's not something nature makes. And so its filter, its interface is not set up to find a real female, but if you check off enough boxes, you must be a real female. And what? Titties, ass? Bro, chill out. But you mean that ain't a woman? You see the thighs on that? Nah, man, I'm going after it, bro. Hey, man, it's 2023. You can't do it these days. What the fuck you talking about? You can't do it these days. You get a surprise stick. Bro, you gotta be careful out here, man. Be careful. Be fucking careful. All right, let me go on. Let me continue.
The species almost went extinct. Out there, and the species goes extinct. And in fact, 99.99% of all species that have been on the planet are extinct. So evolution does not shape us to see the truth. It gives you tricks and hacks for your niche. You might say, well, beetles, they have tiny brains. Surely not mammals. And I won't dwell on this, but you get the idea. Okay. It's not just that I'm getting the shapes a little bit wrong, or the colors a little bit wrong, or the depths and so forth. It's that the very language of space and time, physical objects and shapes and colors, is the wrong language to describe objective reality.
Here we go. This is Elia, why would you hug me in front of the bitches? Man, you just trying to get all the soft out here, man. See, now I'm gonna have to push you, give you a little punch, and push my chest down in front of the bitch. Like, why are you putting me in this situation? Don't do this to me, Elia. Don't do this to me. Why are you even hugging me, bro? Dap me up. Dap me up, man. I ain't crying. Dap me up, nigga. Look, this is the thing, because Lucid Bay was talking about object permanence. Object permanence is a part of this incorrect language to describe the fundamentals of reality. Space-time and the qualities of space-time are not the correct language to describe reality. That's the issue. That's the issue. And see, most people cannot get away from describing anything outside of the physicalist framework, where they need particles and energy. I'm so sick of energy. It's physics. It's particle physics again. Energy. Like I said, the niggas can't get away from it, bro. And that's the point. You're using the wrong language to describe these things because you didn't comprehend to begin with that the tools you were using to describe the physical reality were abstractions for describing behavior. They're not telling you what it is. They're telling you how it behaves in relationship to the other variables that they've created. And it's not bad because you need to know how things behave to make your phone. You know, to set up an entire shipping line and production company to get me my coffee. Fuck, you gotta be able to predict things. So that's not wrong. But you trying to use it to describe the fundamentals of reality, more especially spirituality, is wrong. So put your melanin down, put your DNA down, stop sun gazing. God damn it, man. How about this? If you need to sun gaze on nighttime, right? Nighttime, right? Sun's on the other side of the planet. Pull it through the whole planet. Oh no, because the light waves can't get through the da-da-da-da-da. I know, because you're framing it based on particles. That's why you're sun gazing. You're framing everything based on particles. At the same time, talking about the physical world ain't real. But stop. Y'all motherfuckers don't know what you're talking about. Ass backwards, got your head in the dirt and your ass in the air. Literally, bro, your head in the dirt and your ass in the air. Talking about you get it. Because you can say DNA, melanin, and then put it in the sunlight with water. I'm a plant, really, and this is chlorophyll. You niggas need to actually do some experiments. I would love, because I don't want to just tell you niggas is wrong, but if you don't do some experiments, because the frameworks you're using necessitate experimentation, necessitate debate and discourse. And you niggas is out here pompous as hell. Bro, I was recently watching an interview Panic did, right? He was on some old dude's podcast or stream or whatever, and he had the old dude, him, and some other dude, and Panic was feeling himself real bad, boy. And he got upset when the other dude, first of all, questioned the validity of the roots of what he was talking about. And you know, Panic went into the, man, who is this guy, man? Hey man, I'm here, man. I'm talking, I'm telling these people he's in my way, man. Hey man, if you don't like it, man, just leave. And I'm like, bro, man, that ain't science. And too many of y'all niggas do that. Hey man, if you don't like everything on my page, not your page, it's Instagram's page. Not your page, it's Facebook's page. If you don't like the things on my page, you can just leave. Nah, you need to do what was it? Supreme Cabo was saying. You gotta shut up for a while. You got to. Motherfuckers feel so good about learning a new thing. And they're so certain that the thing they learned is the truth. Just as certain as you was when you was a Christian. You see, that's the blind faith. You just dressed it up differently. This is why you be silent. The biggest part about being silent is listen to yourself. Listen to the shit that comes out your own fucking mouth. Motherfuckers so desperate to be heard. Desperate for attention. They don't even give it to themselves. They don't even give it to themselves. You shut up, you can start to hear your own shit. And a lot less of it will come out of your mouth. Because you realize how you're fucking living in a collection of illusionary agreements and delusions. I'm telling you, man, ain't nothing out there fucking you up. It's you. It's you. I know from personal fucking experience. Your boy Ed said this nigga Groove always want to snuggle up and pull, right? Bro, chill out. And then in front of the bitches. Like, what are you? Man, somebody find this man mama, bro. Get this nigga teddy bear, bro. The experiments I did fucking led me here. I put everything I was hearing on the scale and got to the point that is deeper than being a black god alchemist. Except, thank you. That's why it fucks you, but thank you. Yeah, man. Look, because look, most of that stuff is stuff people are gonna say. It's gonna invoke your. Once again, this is biology. It invokes your need for tribalism, to have a community, to have a group. Because look, you leave church, you know, or maybe you start to become vegan. Eating is very social. You know, worship and church and community is very social. And so now you have a big hole and you find a new group and that's what they'll invoke. Hey man, it's us against them. They out here doing this. They've been doing this. But we on the rise. We coming up. They don't know about us. You could have done that with Jesus, right? You know, I get it. Same thing. They want to tell you it's because of your melanin, your DNA. They want to push this new event in the future. Hey, man, 5D is coming. Hey, man, the DNA activation is coming. Hey, man, Anunnaki is coming. Hey, man, Jesus coming back. And all that shit y'all talking, 5D, DNA activation, and Anunnaki, has about as much proof, if not less, than the rapture or the return of Jesus, bro. It's that, I know. Because look, I get the feeling. That's why I talk to folks about this stuff. Because I did it too. Man, that was fucking stupid. I was done. How could I believe that stuff? And just trying to find something new. Because once you grab it, you're like, I'm a master of the truth. But it felt good. It felt good. And I'm trying to get folks beyond that. That way, niggas can get in this conversation, come up with some shit I never thought about, and defeat my ass so I can sit my old ass down. Fuck you mean? All right, so yeah, once again, most of the stuff we've been talking about here is not controversial among the scientific community. Okay, it's not controversial at all. It's, if you had done your research, you'd know it.
You could not frame a true description of the objective reality in that language. It's just the wrong language. That's what the theorem entails. So, how in the world could our perceptions be useful if they don't show us the truth? That seems like silly. The only way our perceptions could be useful is if they showed us the truth. And there's a metaphor that we can use that I couldn't have used just 40 years ago, but we now have it. And it's the desktop interface on your computer. Suppose that you're writing an email, and the icon for your email is blue, rectangular, in the right corner of your desktop. Does that mean that the email itself in your computer is blue, rectangular, and in the right corner of your computer? Of course not. Anybody who thought that completely misunderstands the point of the user interface, the desktop interface. It's not there to show you the truth, which in this metaphor would be the circuits, the voltages, magnetic fields, all that software. It's not there to show you that truth. In fact, it's there explicitly to hide the truth. If you had to toggle voltages to craft an email, your friends would never hear from you, right? The truth, knowing the truth, does not help you do what you need to do. It gets in the way. And that's what evolution has done for us.
Here we go. Your brain, the DNA, your melanin. It's not here to facilitate truth. It's not to facilitate truth. It's actually to do the opposite. This is part of the reason I say most of the people who say they would be interested in metaphysics aren't. Because we're going for truth. You're not interested in truth. You're interested in, how do I do such and such? How do I fit myself into the world? How do I live in an upright way that tracks the reality that I live in? Okay, you aren't actually interested in what the truth is. You're more interested in how to use it. And that's fine, you know, but I like to make the distinction because I'm interested in the what. But most people are interested in the how. But this is the thing about the how. In order to comprehend the how, you need what, where, and who. All right, well, to honestly comprehend it, okay? To effectively use it, it's just like a desktop computer. I don't need to know coding to use it. I don't need to know coding. But if I think that the icon is the file I'm looking for, or is the program that's actually being manipulated, then I'm going to misunderstand it. And that's what's happening. Your perception is like a three-dimensional desktop. Okay? You got three-dimensional icons on it, and if you think the appearance of the icon is the thing, you've misinterpreted the interface. I'll say it again. If you think the objective appearance of the thing is it, if the appearance of that icon on the user interface is the thing, then you've misinterpreted the user interface. Most of our perception is user interface. Big wrinkly piece of meat. User interface, okay? So you want to make the distinction. You want to make the distinction because there's nothing out there stopping you. There's nothing out there trying to, oh, he can't see his God. Oh, he's going to stop me. Oh. No, it's you. It's you. It's fucking you. That's the joke. God, that's the fucking joke.
Three-dimensional space, as you perceive it right around you right now, is a three-dimensional desktop. And pretty soon, your laptop will actually have holographic three-dimensional desktops. This will be just everyday experience, probably in the next 10 years. And physical objects are just three-dimensional icons. And within the next 10 years, your desktop interface will also have a three-dimensional holographic interface with three-dimensional objects that you can manipulate around as your icons. So this will all make real sense then. None of this is here to show us the truth. Evolution did not give us space-time and physical objects to show us the truth. This is here explicitly to hide the truth. Obvious objection to what I'm saying. Hoffman.
Hey, Elizabeth Bay, if you're still here, this is where the question of object permanence is going to come in, okay? So when we're talking about, I feel something. It feels solid, or I pick up this thing, and they say, okay, stop looking at it. It's still here quantum, right? Still here quantum. No. Okay, we're getting into the concept of object permanence a little bit, all right? Because it's a fair point to make. So, this is part of the reason I put some of this stuff here in the front, because some of the objections are quite fair. Some of the assumptions are quite fair to make. I won't deny, like let's say flat earth people, right? The presumptions the conclusions they come to based on their perception, they're fair. But they see, once again, it's the interface. You don't even understand the nature of how the interface works. They're so quick to try and find what they feel is the truth. They don't analyze any of it to see if it is. They're quick to try and find what feels like the truth. I resonate with it. What does that mean? Strong feeling. You can just send their feelings. Look, we can get to the facts. We can get to the people who actually study this stuff. The people who actually spend their life doing this. I mean, you can cut it out. You can say, okay, look, I'm making an appeal to authority. Okay. But if that's the case, and I won't deny you that it may be the case, do we never appeal to any authority? Are you going to say that your own perception is all you can go off of? I'm sitting there we're discussing your perception. We're discussing it. No, you can't. It's not made for the truth. You can't just, well, this is what I feel. It looks flat. No, it's not enough. It's not enough. I'm not even getting into fucking flat earth today. These fucking idiots. Anyway, look, here's what we were talking about earlier, Lucid.
If you think that train coming down the tracks at 200 miles an hour is just an icon on your interface, why don't you step in front of it? And after you're dead and your theory with you, we'll know that train was real and it really can kill. And I wouldn't step in front of the train for the same reason I wouldn't carelessly drag my icon to the trash can. Not because I take the icon literally. The file is not literally blue and rectangular. But I do take the icon seriously. If I drag that icon to the trash, I could lose a lot of work. And that's what evolution has done. It's shaped us with icons that we have to take seriously. Evolution shaped them to keep us alive. If you don't take your icons seriously, you don't go to the next level of the game, your offspring. You will die. So if you see a snake, don't grab it. If you see a cliff, don't step off. The icons are there to be taken quite seriously, to keep you alive. But it does not logically entail or even entitle you to take them literally. Our psychology has this interesting quirk where we think that because we have to take things seriously, therefore we must take them literally. It's just a logical error. But it's deep in our psychology. You might say, well, look,
Turn that all the way up, didn't I? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I turned that shit all the way up. My bad. Okay, so this is what we're talking about here, okay? Yeah, I'm rolling up and listening. Good, there you good. I'm glad you're still here, man. So look, we take these things literally. That's what I mean. When I say the physical world is an appearance, I'm not saying your perceptions are not to be taken seriously. For the survival of your physical vessel, yes, sir, they need to be taken somewhat seriously. All right, just on your computer, like you go to the little settings thing and you go to completely restore and wipe the hard drive. This is just a little click on the user interface. It doesn't affect reality or the reality of the computer. It's just a user interface. But if I click that, all my shit is gone. All the shit is gone. There's a correlation. So once again, I'm not trying to deny correlation. All right, but what's causal? Okay, that's really what we're listening to. What's causal, okay? And even right now, that's what I wanted to say earlier. There are three-dimensional desktops now. Augmented reality. You can get the glasses or a headset, and it projects a three-dimensional desktop. It augments it over your reality, like the Pokemon Go shit. And so you'll see the same thing that you would see, but the addition of the layer of the interface. Okay, so if we were to say that the physical reality outside that interface was the truth, and the desktop was projected over it for your convenience, all right, for your convenience, not for your you're getting more truth, getting more of a concept of reality and the nature of it. No, it wants to make sure the DNA is going to make sure you get another meat bag and your meat bag keep working. Okay, that's your DNA. It's not here to save you. It's the devil. I'm being facetious, but it's not your friend. Okay, DNA ain't your friend. The upgraded will probably step on your ass even more. Fuck that shit. It's particulate matter. It's flesh. It rots away. It cannot be the premises of your thinking. It cannot be the premises of your thinking. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! What do you mean like Yu-Gi-Oh? Because there's a delay between the stream and what I say and then what I see. So you gotta be more descriptive in the question, because I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to. All right, let me continue. Think about the question.
Another objection is we all see the train, therefore the train must be real. Right? So it's an argument from consensus. We all agree, so therefore we must all be seeing the truth. But do you all agree that you're seeing a cube? Does the cube exist when you don't look? No. When you look, you create a cube, and when you look away, there is no cube. When you look here, you see a podium. When you look away, there is no podium.
I gotta stop here again. Look, when you hear the quantum physicists talking about like Schrodinger cat, okay? This is what they're talking about. Not that there's no thing out there. It's your perception of it. Because let me say this right. You'd be surprised how much of your perception of reality is generated, and it's not actually tracking anything other than what your body's going to consider relevant. Okay, that cube, I can see it right now. I can't turn that off. Well, even when I'm looking at it, I perceive it, so you can say it exists. When I'm not looking at it, it obviously doesn't exist. Okay, so this is what they're talking about when they say when you're not looking at it, it's not there, and it's only there when it's observed. Okay, icons versus true modes of function. Yeah, okay, there we go. Lucid, that's what you're talking about. Like when you're saying like Yu-Gi-Oh. Yes. The monster that's projected on the thing, even though there's all the wind and the lights and the oh god, somebody getting defeated and you see all but it's like it's fucking hologram, right? It's not the thing. What the thing was the card. Because you gotta have the card for that monster to be projected. And then the projector itself is separate from the monster. So yeah, it's like that. You're looking at the user interface and completely engrossed in what's giving you, what the user interface is giving you, as opposed to looking at the fundamental reality of what's going on. It's hilarious starting to imagine if everything looked like it actually functions. But then your body wouldn't survive. And so that's the point. This thing is not made for truth. It's made to survive. Like, you ever seen those like a butterfly or a moth that's got like owl eyes on the wings? It's like, at first, okay, because look, remember, every organism is doing this. Every organism has a user interface. Okay, so the bird's user interface is picking up on the butterfly, right? And so here it goes in. But then the moth or the butterfly's user interface is picking up, okay, there's danger coming. It don't know birds. Just like birds don't know, or the little bird who's coming to eat that don't necessarily know insects. Just the same way that beetle on the bottle don't necessarily know. It knows its user interface. And so here comes a little bird coming to get the moth, right? It opens its wings and those big eyes. And the user interface of the bird goes from, this is something I can eat, to this is something that might eat me. Because it's not an owl. We know it's not an owl. But the bird don't know. Why? Because an owl don't need to be everything we think it does to perceive it as an owl. Them eyes, them big eyes is usually enough for the brain to say, hey, this is relevant enough for us to get the fuck on. Okay? So we do the same thing. That titties and them ass, them thighs, from 50 feet away, brain is like, yo, it's over. That's clearly, bruh, what you mean it might not be? Nigga, this is clearly, so that's the bitches right there. Go. Oh. You get about 7 feet in there. Oh. Then you mad you ran all the way over there. That's what I'm telling you, 7 foot rule. Don't run all the way over there. Wait till that bitch is within 7 feet. Playing, man. I get it. You playing though. Don't do that. It's hilarious starting to imagine if everything. Okay, yeah. Why? In cartoon battle, the creatures are like icons, and if you lose in the game or attacked, you feel it too. Like if you're playing a video game and your character loses health. Okay, you may not feel all the intricacies of it, but first of all, you can register it. See, we don't have the technology to hook you up to the video game that way. Okay, but it's just like when you're in a car. Okay, you can see the gas, you can see the heat on the engine, you can see the speed. If you know what to listen for, same thing in a body, you know what to look for, you can tell when it's broken, when it's messed up. Okay, and if you don't fix it, it can fuck up your perception or your use of it. Okay, so there's plenty of correlations. Yeah, keep that in mind. There's plenty of correlations. But what we're going to get into is where's the causation, because there's no proof for any of that. Like I said, at least for the last 40 years and for a long time, since you introduced matter, you've had the hard problem of consciousness, which is the issue that Descartes had with his dualism, or the idea of mind and matter, which is what most people do, is make this dualism that's incorrect. But because, once again, you don't do the research, you just do the feeling, motherfuckers will keep that bullshit and think it's the new hot shit because they put spirity sounding words on it. It seems like it'd be more of the nature of time, space, and pantheons, moving in multiple directions of time and space are abundantly, rather than a static appearance and static assumption. Oh. The creatures are icons. Too. That seems like, with the mechanism you feel, this is part of what I was saying about the car. The mechanism by which you feel it isn't the same as the existence of the creature. Like, have you ever been one of those movies where they not only give you the 3D glasses, but maybe they'll spray you with a little water, or maybe something moves. It's like that. Okay, it's not that you're in the movie, but you're given a correlation that'll feel like it's the same thing, or it'll feel like you're feeling it. Okay, it's how intimately you're connected with the interface. And that's the thing I love about the physical life, is you're so deeply interconnected with the interface, like the development of the body. Like, people like do this higher self bullshit, which this is part of the reason I don't like it. Not because of the dichotomy, but because people have the presumption that, let's say, your higher self is all-knowing, is perfect, it always knows what to do. Like, you remember Jiminy Cricket in Pinocchio? That's something like that. I would think it's more like that, where it's learning with you, it's growing with you. Just like your perception of how to use your body as a baby, it all grew together. Okay, like a lot of times, and this is how evolution works, it's tricks and hacks. Oh, it's tricks and hacks. You look at the evolution of a giraffe's neck, right? There's like a space from the head to the body where it makes this long nervous connection that it's stupid long in the neck, but only because it always evolved with the neck. Like the neck didn't evolve separate from the rest of the nervous system, and so sometimes it does. What's the word? Not necessarily redundant. Superfluous types of development. Okay, like motherfucking shit grows in a way like they show you in the womb, how you go from the little tadpole through all the different forms of evolutionary biology, because all that shit's still there. That's what I'm saying. It's using hacks. It's not, oh, we're going to go from a single cell all the way to a Homo sapien. No, it's going to go through all the history it's been through. It's like a user interface, okay? Space-time is something we're generating. Space-time is something we're generating. But then that goes into the question, what is you? Okay? This whole world is survival reminds me of Arthur's philosophy on the will of the world. It has to keep going. Arthur who? Arthur who? I can't type like I want because I'm driving at work. Hey man, as long as you don't fuck up your job and then try and blame me. Hey man, this nigga Aries, bro, he said da 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 and I lost my job. Okay, whatever, bro. Yeah, it all grows together. Now we get into why it's so easy to get caught up on the physical and how it connects. Well, why you get caught up in it is because of your agreement to it. Your conception of self, your identity is rooted in it. Your identity is rooted in it. Not to say you're a bad person for having done it, but that's the nature of your predicament. That's why I get into the non-physical conception of self and the narrative that surrounds it. Because what keeps you so invested in your human personality is you know all the secrets about it. You know the whole narrative, the ins and out. And so it's easy for you to grasp. But once that Arthur Schopenhauer, okay, cool. Once you have a narrative for that non-physical conception of self, context for it, details, it becomes easier to grasp. Okay, that's what you're trying to do, at least here in the beginning. All right, let me continue, man. I'm fucking ranting like a dick. My apologies.
Physical objects are data structures that you create as you need them, and then you garbage collect them. You throw them away when you don't need them. So why do we have consensus? Because we're all members of the same species with a very similar interface. So we agree. But agreement in no way entails that we're seeing the same truths. It just means that we're constructing the same symbols in our interface. One last objection. You're not really saying anything new, Hoffman. This looks like, it feels like a hard, solid piece of metal there, a real train. But ever since Rutherford, the physicists have been telling us that what seems like hard, solid metal is really mostly empty space. There's a tiny nucleus with electrons whizzing around way far away, and it's mostly empty space. So yeah, perception doesn't match reality, and we've known that for a long time. There's nothing new here. That's very much like saying this. Yeah, I know that icon isn't the truth. But if I get out my magnifying glass, and I look really closely, I can see little pixels, and that's the truth. Well, no, you're still on the desktop. Those are just pixels on the interface. You're not getting at the reality. And when the physicists say, look, it's not a solid piece of metal, it's mostly empty space, and there's, electrons and stuff whizzing around, they're still describing in space-time. That's the interface. They haven't got out of the interface. I'm saying something deeper. The electrons and neutrons and protons themselves they're not the objective reality, they're part of the interface. I'm saying something far more crazy than the physicists.
Damn, if you keep fucking that volume. I'm so sensitive. Okay, there we go. The atoms, the electrons, the cells, your melanin, DNA, your brain, it's part of the interface. It's part of the interface. I'm looking at a computer screen right now. if I confuse the computer screen for the world around it, all right, the computer screen is interface. If you're zooming into the thing, you're like, oh, look at these particles and energy. Oh, that's really what it is. No, that's like saying the pixels on your screen is areas. No, you missed it. Like Lucifer, okay, that seems like it'd be more of the nature of time, space, and pantheons. Yes, okay. It took me a second for all that to register. I had to go back through a little bit. Yes, when you're looking at the actuality behind things, you're looking at the nature of time, space. We project space, time as an interface. We project space, time as an interface. And things like the different abstractions of the symmetry of space-time, all 33 of your vertebrae, your DNA, if there's Kundalini oil in your ass, your dick, in your tailbone, if there's Kundalini oil in it, it's still part of the interface. Using these things to describe reality is like describing the reality of a computer based on the pixels on the screen and the icons. They're icons on your screen. You're not going to be able to use them to describe what's actually going on in the computer. All right, so when we're using your melanin and your DNA and your photons and your subatomic particles, you're not describing the fundamentals of reality. You're not talking about what it is. Those are used to predict behavior. Those are used to predict behavior. And it's not even that it's deep, Elias. It's that you're so used to swimming shallow. And it's not an insult. It's not an insult. It's not an insult. It's the water everybody's swimming in. Motherfuckers don't know how to be impressed aside from how they feel. I'm telling you this isn't deep because it goes so much deeper than this. Oh my God, it goes so much deeper. Because we can only get into so much of the implications here on the show as I'm trying to show you this and then make sure I add a little bit of stuff, man. I mean, bruh, it's so much deeper than this. All the stuff niggas are using to try and tell you what spirituality is wrong. And not simply because I'm better than them. I'm the shit, of course. But they're using outdated information and they're misinterpreting what they have in their hand. Supreme says, man time, because this is the realest shit I've ever heard. It'll be going on a scale. Hey, man, look, man, please. You can always, when you get it on the scale, let me know the results. Give me the smoke, please. Even if you got to say it out loud with your chest where everybody can see. I'm here for it, man. Because I want to keep having the discussions. I want to keep having the conversation so that the ideas can move forward. Because the motherfuckers are sitting there using misinterpreted and outdated information to tell you what the new hot spiritual shit is. I'm telling you they're wrong. They are necessarily wrong. Not because they're trying to be wrong. They're not trying to find the truth because they already think they have the truth. And they're gonna think he got the answer, ain't gonna ask a question. And so that's the real distraction. It's not to distract you with this or distract you with that. It's to inundate you with information and have you feeling like you know. Because if you feel like you know, you won't ask them more questions. As a matter of fact, you'll start infecting everybody else with your arrogance. How do I know? I would have done it too if niggas would have listened to me. I'm telling you. I'm a piece of shit. I'm telling you guys. I'm more of a dick, to be honest. Anyways. What am I talking about? Oh yeah. A lot of what you're looking at is the nature of space-time. It's the nature of time-space, excuse me. And how pantheons and archetypes work. Like pantheons are a map of the whole psyche. Pantheons are a map of the whole psyche. See, I'm talking psyche, not neurology. I'm not talking about your meat bag. I'm not talking about super complicated piece of meat. Okay? The psyche. The psyche, because last episode we talked about an idea. What was the last episode? Yeah, because we listened to Bernardo Castro, who talks about idealism, where consciousness is the fundamental, and not these different symmetries of space-time. Okay? Thinking about your thinking. I'm not telling you to think what he thinks or what I think. I'm telling you to think about your thinking and to where you can get to a point where you actually think what you believe, okay? And you have a reason for why you believe it, as opposed to it sounds really good and the homies are into it, okay? Oh no, my God. All right, let me continue with this. Oh no, I gotta mute this. There we go.
We naturally think of our senses as being a window on the truth. If our senses evolved and were shaped by natural selection, the probability of that is 0. Instead, our senses are give us a three-dimensional desktop. Space is your three-dimensional desktop, which you create on the fly. So, space and time is not the pre-existing stage on which the drama of life plays out, on which we're little bit players that happen 13.8 billion years later. It's just the opposite way around. We're not little bit players on the stage of space-time. We are the authors of space-time. You create it on the fly right now. It's a data structure that you create. And physical objects are just icons. But here's just a little thing about space-time that will help you maybe loosen up the grip of space-time on your imagination. Because it's really hard for us to think of space-time as anything but the pre-existing stage in which the drama of life plays out. Suppose I have a volume the size of a volleyball, and I ask you, how much information can you put in that volleyball, into that volume? Well, you might say, well, with today's technology, I could stick 5 terabyte hard drive in there, and next year maybe 10 terabytes. And the question is there some ultimate limit? Is there some principled limit about how much information you could store into that volume of space? And it turns out the answer is yes, and no less than Stephen Hawking was the one who figured it out. Hawking showed that the amount of information that you can store into a region of space does not depend at all on the volume of that region. What he showed was the amount of information is proportional to the surface area bounding the region. This is called the holographic principle. It's only been known since Hawking and others worked on this a few decades ago. Physicists now view it as a fundamental guiding principle in physics, and they don't know what it means yet.
Surface area, not volume. I love that one. Surface area, not volume. Because look, surface area can be a two-dimensional, like they talk about the event horizon on a black hole, right? Where all the information or particulate matter is all they can see is it's stopping at the event horizon. They can't tell you anything else about it. But maybe there isn't anything else to it. For the most part. I mean, like, once again, you can project a three-dimensional perception from a two-dimensional reality. We showed you can't even turn it off. We show you the thing with the cube. You can project your own three-dimensional reality from only information on a two-dimensional plane. And you can't turn off the fact that you do it. I love that shit. That's the good shit. You can't turn it off. I don't care how much you try and twist it, and you're gonna see that little sphere. I mean, that little cube, okay? It's part of it's part of this. All right, Cass, it's good seeing you in the chat. I'm playing The Sims right now. My perspective dictates everything on that game. Oh yeah, you can even have The Sims play The Sims. I love that shit. I love that shit. And see, if she started looking, okay, she thought she was the thing in there. So what's the reality? Looking at the pixels. No. It's not the pixels. It's not the pixels. No matter how many little cool mods you can put on there. I love that. I love that shit. Thank you. Yo, play The Sims, guys. Play The Sims. Think about it. Play The Sims and think about it. So you want a new spooky meditation to do. Some weird yoga pose that you got to do with your son, the sun hitting you as you drink your water for your melanin. No. Dude, go play The Sims. Fuck, go play The Sims and think about this shit for a minute. Go play The Sims and think about this shit. In context of Deep, this live and the last one is a better understanding / breakdown of the matrix / simulation would be in the relation, of perception / reality. Still being on the surface, of course. Yeah, still on the surface of the surface, but I mean, sometimes that's all you need to start to gain an understanding. Because like I said, most of y'all, you're not actually interested in the fundamentals. What you're interested in is how to use it. how to use it to shape the life you live. Okay, fair enough. And so this is why I'm trying to get into this, is to look, grab your perception, grab a hold of it, start to actually examine it instead of perceiving this life as you're getting the reality. I'm getting the reality. It's like, I can see it with my own eyes. No, chill out, slow down. Slow down. The priest says, what? So the holography is a fundamental of space-time. Space-time is fundamentally holographic. And see, we even comprehend this with biology. You know, this is the essence of a hologram. A hologram is a data set or data structure where every component of the structure contains a copy of the whole. It's a structure, a data structure where every part of the structure contains an image of the whole. DNA is all in biology, okay? It's space-time is holographic in nature. Now, usually when someone thinks holograph, they're thinking machines. You don't have to be a machine, okay? Usually that's how we're doing it because we're creating the projector. But this is the thing, okay? Space-time is the thing projected. It's the hologram, all right? It's the light. I want you to focus on not just the image projected with the light, but the light itself and the projector. Those are the things I think point to. You're busy looking at, Tupac up there. You see the Tupac projection. You see him dancing. Oh, I ain't never seen him do this song. Oh, this must be some new shit. Fuck that. Light itself and the projector, because the projector is the thing that shapes the light in this particular way, but then light itself can be shaped in that way. So if I know the nature of those things, looking at the projection will give me a whole different outcome. But if I'm so caught up in the projection and how amazed I am that it's a hologram, I'm gonna miss it. I'm telling you, the fact that this is hologram, it's not to say there's some robot out there controlling you and like literally like in the Matrix, okay? All that's not necessary for the concept of a hologram or a simulation. Okay, it can happen right here. There's your what is it, Agent Smith? There's your personal Agent Smith. Okay, there's your personal Agent Smith. It's not some large reality out there that is it. Our entire conception of an out there is within the reality. Okay, you're playing The Sims. All the world in The Sims is within this computer, this file. It's within the larger world. Okay? That's what space-time is something you're creating for convenience. The brain is creating it for convenience, not for truth, not for accuracy. Fuck, that helps. Pantheons are maps of the psyche. Yes, I'm really all these things had eggs that, see, there we go. There we go. See, it's not that I'm telling niggas they're completely wrong. They're misinterpreting a lot of shit. I know you said it before, but I just processed it a bit better. Yeah. Like, look, you don't have to go to the old pantheons, okay? We got new pantheons. I just posted that really nice image of the Naruto pantheon. Look, there's so many pantheons. What you're looking at was a map of the psyche, okay? Those were the old ones. We have new ones. Because it doesn't matter what symbol you use on the map for the legend, as long as the legend correlates to the territory. Okay, see, that's the issue. Y'all motherfuckers are trying to make a new map with no knowledge of the territory, confusing the map itself with the territory. All right, imagine a motherfucker looking at a map and he thinks the map is the territory and is trying to navigate the territory. You're gonna fuck it all the way up. But understandably so. Yeah, so when you say I'm all these gods, okay, wonderful. Most people only take that to the motivational level. But because they don't have any understanding of how all this works. They'll tell you I'm all these gods and then start talking about DNA, melanin, and sun gazing. Okay, drink your spirulina water and have your sea moss soap, I guess. The fact you can't turn it off shows that it's all back to what is you and your agreements. Yeah, man, if you're distracted by the physical, oh, thank you, love. Oh, the fresh coffee. You see me just sitting here waving this empty cup around.
I was sipping too late.
Thank you, love. Yeah, look, the fact you can't turn it off, it's not something. And I don't know if you can do it. See, I say you can't turn it off because I have no evidence that you can. even in my experience. But hey, if you a nigga that's doing it, I can't tell you you're not doing it, bro. But yeah, it plays into the agreements of how you conceive yourself, your psychology, not your neurology, your psychology. This is why I'm a psycho-spiritual consultant, because I deal with that precarious line right there between your psychology and your spirituality. And see, a lot of people got their spirituality all caught up in space-time. And so they're already off. They're already off. See, this is what I'm talking about. Bro, I can undercut almost 90 to 80% of the teachers out here with just this video. With just this video, because all of them are talking about the interface and have no conception of any of these dynamics. And so they talking spiritual this, and here they come with the same typical bullshit. Fuck these niggas, man. And then don't let me start talking about the subconscious mind and brain function. Okay? Motherfuckers don't know what they're talking about. But that's this is my role. I just gotta stop being as triggered as I am. Now I gotta play that Ark Survival Evolve, get ate by a Triceratops. Bro, I haven't played it. I've seen different things that people have made with this shit. I got a bunch of games and shows I gotta do. Like, bro, this is my research. Fuck you, B. I gotta know the games and shows niggas watch and play, man. Yeah, I seen that one, bro. I'm gonna catch up with it, bro. Oh, Dawson, good to see you in the chat. Welcome to the show, man. Eli said, the one thing that's everything, how can you? Illusion will always be there, wouldn't it? Otherwise, it would just always be one thing. See, it never stops being that, but by virtue of illusion, by way of two, it's allowed to appear to be something else. See, the one thing that's all thing is only one thing, and the only way it could be anything else is by virtue of appearing to be. By virtue of appearing to be, okay? That's why illusion is a necessary component of an idea, a conception of self, of mind, the threefold pattern. Illusion is part of it. If you're going to claim stake in still being the one thing that's all things, the only way you're anything else is by virtue of illusion. And so there's no reason to get rid of the illusion and say, well, I'm going to go back to being the one thing. My nigga, you never left. It's part of the idea of that trinity, of the threefold pattern of mind. You never leave. You can't leave. You can't leave. There'd be nowhere to go. There's nothing other than the one thing. You need illusion to have anything else. This is why Christ is the Savior. The Father saves the Son from himself. The Father doesn't give the Son. He is the Son. If you've seen the Father, you've seen the Son. What the Father gives is the world that he so loved to the Son. He gives the world that he so loved to the Son. Therefore, because the Father is the Son, the Father, this is how the one reconciles all the movements it makes. Because to agree to illusion is a lot. And I don't even say it's an agreement. You're not agreeing with the seeing the cube. You're not agreeing. You're not out there. Okay, I'm going to choose this. It's happening already. You can't undo it. You can't stop it. It's mechanistic. It's supposed to be that way. So you don't want to run from illusion. You need to learn how to wield it. You need to learn how to wield it. And when you know its nature, you can wield it in shaping not only your conception of self, but by virtue of that, your conception of rest of reality and how you relate to it. You want to do magic? That's what you're doing. You're interacting with how you relate to reality. And that always starts with what is you. What is you? Yep, you is the one playing the game, at the very least. Oh my God, at the very least. Because look, and Castus, you know this. Let's say that the you is actually a group of motherfuckers. I imagine, okay, you got one playthrough on The Sims, right? But you and like 7 people switch between and play the same thing. So now you gets a little more complicated. I'm telling you, this shit ain't even the beginning. There's so many layers to this shit. And I say Cassie because I know how some of her stuff works. And I'm telling you this out. I'm telling y'all, you like to think of the self as a singular thing because we like to think of the body as a singular thing, which it most certainly is not. And it's not necessarily separate from the environment it exists in. So the non-physical and the primordial work the same way. The details, man. I don't need to invoke no particulate matter to tell you how this works, because they ain't got shit to do with particulate matter. Can we get a live on navigating illusions solely or a class? That's part of what the boot camp is and the consultations. Is we go, because I can't tell you how to do it across the board. I can't tell you how to do it across the board because we don't share things like that anymore. Like one community, let's say the whole Egyptian community, right? All of them, they had cats, they had alligators and hippos, so it was part of their conception. And you wouldn't have given that to a Japanese motherfucker or Eskimo, right? Today, we don't have a shared collective. Most of the shit niggas share is Jesus. So I'm gonna tell you the Christian shit, even though I'm not telling you to be a Christian. I'm not telling you to be a Christian. I'm telling you what you already know. I'm telling you the shit you already know. So that's, and to really get into it, this is why I work with people one-on-one, because you might not have grew up watching DBZ, but somebody else is in touch with that pantheon. You may not have played Super Mario, maybe you played Skyrim, okay? So there's different ways in which we've connected with the different pantheons, and that's what I usually tell you, okay, look at these new gods, here's how you can put it together, here's why you're putting it together this way, okay? It's not about necessarily finding the truth, first and foremost, it's about getting you to be able to use it, okay? Because really, honestly, that's what most of you want to do, is be able to use it. The truth gets complicated, I'm telling you, but it's not unknowable. It's just you need some nuance. You need some detail to comprehend it. And so meaning of life, which is metaphysics, is different from meaning in life, which is how do I live life? How do I fit myself? How do I live upright in relationship to truth? That's how. That's the meaning in life. Excuse me. That's meaning in life. Meaning of life is the metaphysical questions like, okay, what are the fundamentals of this? How does it work? What is it ontologically? Okay. I'm trying to get away from teaching people metaphysics because they're not really interested, but I'm interested. Okay. Cast a spell. In The Sims, you switch through any and all characters as well as change properties of the game. Like, oh my God. Sims is a very good example because of how deeply you can get involved, how much the life that they live reflects the life that we live, and you can start to see correlations about, because see, it's good, correlations are not wrong, but you got to remember correlations aren't causations, okay? I gotta continue this. I want to continue this here real quick, guys. Thank you for the participation, though. I love it. I need the feedback because anything you ask, maybe some nigga who was too scared to put a chat in there wanted to ask, was just like, oh my God, I'm so nervous. What if I look dumb? Head ass nigga. Well, now you're gonna be dumb. Fuck you mean? What is you? The Priyanka, the avatar, and the one moving all of it. See, Priyanka. Oh, that sound like some Sanskrit stuff, man. I'm trying not to tell nobody. I'm not trying to explain this shit in another language, because some motherfuckers don't even know English enough. I was thinking about that today. Like motherfuckers out here looking at Vedic this or some ancient Sumerian that, trying to decode their language. My nigga, most of you niggas don't know English and don't know you don't know English because you never thought to look. Usufruct. It's English. It's English. Usufruct. You don't know English. I'm telling you don't know English. You don't know parts of speech. I'm telling you don't know because I didn't know. I hit that wall twice from different angles. I'm telling you you don't know. I'm telling you you don't know English. Drop trying to learn it in a different language. It's not gonna hit like it need to hit. It's not gonna, I say the way you niggas do etymology. Oh my God. Let me continue the video because I'm a rant about that. Baba D, how I join and get 5 minutes of food before turning to shit talk. Hey man, look, it's the shit store. I'm gonna give you, bro. I'm gonna give you the shit talking. Alright, let me continue, bro. Baba D, good to see you in the chat, man.
And I'm not the only one that's, so it's one thing for cognitive scientists to be saying this about space-time, but, space-time, of course, is the proper turf of the physicists. So we should defer. What are the physicists saying? Nima Arkani Hamed, who's at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, if you Google the phrase, space-time is doomed, and I highly recommend it, he has some wonderful videos, some of them for a broad audience. You don't have to be a physicist. And he says this, space-time is doomed. There is no such thing as space-time, fundamentally, in the actual underlying description of the laws of physics. That's very startling, indeed, because what physics is supposed to be about is describing things as they happen in space and time. So if there's no space-time, it's not clear what physics is about. And that's the state of play. Physics, since Newton, has been about what happens in space-time. And space-time has had a good run. It's been a very, very powerful concept. The idea that space-time is fundamental, physical objects really exist when they're not perceived, and they have causal powers, that has been a wonderful framework. It's done lots of good work. But that horse is now tired, and it's time to get a new horse. And the physicists don't know what the new horse is going to be. What does this mean? When I open my eyes, and when I have an experience that I describe.
This mouse is so sensitive. So sensitive. Like I said, we should get back into actual study groups, aka mystery schools. Some people have study groups, but I mean, it's like the old ancient mystery schools. There were different schools. There were different schools of thought. Used to, man, sometimes, like the old kung fu movies, like the master in one, he'll fight a master in another. I want to go back to that shit. Don't nobody want to fight no more, though. Everybody want to just sit together, sing kumbaya, hold hands, and eat crackers. I'm going to start my study group back, though, for the people who have both taken the boot camp and had consultations. Even develop a bit of an apprenticeship program. Right now I'm in the works. I'm in the works with so much stuff at the same time. Sometimes it's like I'm doing nothing. But I'm used to this. This is how I work. I have to catch like 7 L's, which are actually wins, but they're L's in consideration of the next thing I gotta do, even though they were just a win, so I never really get time to taste the win. That's an L because you got another thing you got over here. Anyways, yeah, I'm coming back to the study groups. I would love the collections of mystery schools, man. Hey, bro, man, tell this nigga try to email me, man. Hey, bro, we can set some shit up, man. We can even have 2 different schools. Or we can have 1 school. Or 2 different schools. Or 1 school. All right, whatever. I'd like to have different schools. Different schools. Ugh. Okay, but no. That's just me. No lie, it's not that they don't want to fight. Most can't. Oh, yes, thanks. The ideologies get broken down so quick there's nothing to defend anymore. Yeah, because it's so much of it's just based on feeling or outdated information that they never did the research for, but they'll tell you to do the research. They'll tell you to do the research, boy. This is why I like to do this. This is why I fuck with people who do the research with you, and I want to make sure I can do some of the research with you. Like, there's so many people you can look at, bro. There's so many people you can look at. Hey, Baba, that means those ideals weren't based on fundamentals. Exactly. Oh, everyone go spam Trav comments. Bro, look, niggas already spamming Trav comments. Hey, man, niggas know where to find me, bro. So yeah, most of the ideas people are using are not fundamentals, okay? They're not. And they like to tell you that they are because that's how they see the world. People are materialists, they're physicalists, and they don't comprehend that because they're never actually examining their metaphysical presuppositions. They're not examining the tools they're using. They just use it because it feels good to say, and another nigga gonna be impressed hearing, a dead nigga gonna be impressed hearing that. You put some sciencey words next to a spirity word in a sentence, what? Ooh. Check. Facts. Fuck out of here, man. Comprehension is necessary. All right, let's continue, man.
Describe as a red tomato a meter away, I am interacting with some kind of reality. So I'm not proposing solipsism. There is an objective reality, but that reality, according to evolution by natural selection, is utterly unlike anything that we perceive. So I don't know I won't say what that reality is, but I'm just putting up digital rain to say it's utterly unlike anything that you perceive. So this is digital rain as you saw in the Matrix. When you open your eyes and you see an object that you describe, or have an experience that you describe as a lion, again, you're interacting with reality, but it's unlike a lion. And here's the kicker now for the hard problem of consciousness. As a neuroscientist, if I look inside a skull and I see brains, and I whip out a microscope and I see neurons, I am interacting with an objective reality. But that objective reality is not neurons, it's not the brain, and it's utterly unlike neurons and the brain. Neurons do not exist when they're not perceived. The brain has no causal powers. Neurons have no causal powers. They are data structures that we create on the fly as needed and garbage collect them when we don't need them.
Neurons have no causal power. In terms of the hard problem of consciousness, neurons have no causal power. The idea of neurons is like the cube we were looking at, okay? Two-dimensional surface. What you're perceiving is unlike what's actually there at all. What you're perceiving is unlike what's actually there at all. Like, brother, look, I told you, the closest thing I can give you to perceiving what the physical reality is like is that fucking fractal pyramid. It's in the boot camp file. I'm gonna talk shit as I pull that up. It's like the fractal pyramid, bro. I would say in terms of what's actually there. Once again, please don't confuse this with a spatial reality. Okay, it's not a spatial reality. It's a conceptual thing. Where did I put it? I think I put it here. This makes sense. It makes sense that I would put it in this slide. I know. Hey man, you need a folder for all these. They're organized. I know. I have like 4 folders, and then my folders get disorganized. Like I said, I'm a dick. I'm a piece of shit. Keep that in mind. Did I clicked it, right? Open up, bro. Because like when I'm making the slides and shit, like I get the images from all over my fucking computer. What piece of shit. Wait, is it coming up? Is it coming up? There we go. Okay, hold on. Bah! There we go. This. When I say the physical world is one thing, like in its actual nature, it's one thing that by virtue of its structure can appear to be many things. All right? Like, look, when I talk about, let's say, the physical body, right? The physical body is made up of systems, so it's a collection of systems. Oh, so it's systems. No, because the systems are made up of cells. Oh, cool, so it's cells. No, so the cells are made up of molecules. Oh, so it must be the molecules. No, the molecules are made of atoms. Oh, it must be atoms. Oh, the atoms are made of subatomic particles. And then you get into the quantum bullshit. Okay, so let's go upwards. Instead of going downwards, let's go upward. Okay, so the physical body. It's not just the physical body, it's part of the planet. Oh, no, it's not just the planet, it's part of the solar system. No, it's not just the solar system, it's part of the galaxy. No, not just the galaxy, it's part of the cosmos. It's a collection of galaxies. How high or low you want to go in the same fucking interface? It's the same fucking interface. It's the same interface. If you're talking about anything I just mentioned, you're still in the physical world. All right? It's like this fractal pyramid, where each pyramid is a pyramid unto itself, even though it's part of a larger pyramid. So you're only looking at one thing. It's all one thing. This is the appearance of things. This is the appearance of things, okay? And you can get this fractal pyramid pattern just from starting out with the triangle. Look, this is hyperbolic space. Anyway, I go over these things in the boot camp. We have a discussion about it, we talk about it, we get down to it, so you can start to get it, okay? But like, just like when he showed you digital rain, this is what I would have showed you instead. Instead of digital rain, I would have showed you this infinite field of fractal pyramids, okay? Because the fractal pyramids are going to be your space-time, the physical world. The non-physical or spiritual is going to be the air, the empty space that exists between these pyramids, okay? That's your spiritual or non-physical. If you're talking primordial, go like 10 feet above where any of the pyramids are, where none of the air is conditioned by the shape of the pyramids. That's your primordial. See, where the empty space is conditioned by the shape of the pyramids, this is talking your non-physical. This is talking your spiritual. Where that same primordial substance is conditioned by virtue of its position between the two. Okay, you got the most low, which is created by the most high. If there's a most high, there has to necessarily be a most low. Because what characterizes most high or above? Above is characterized by below. Hot is characterized by cold. Left is characterized by right. They define one another. So if you have a most high, you necessarily and immediately create a most low. So when they say the most high created earth, that's what it is. It's not spooky fuck magic. All right, it's necessarily by definition. And so because the spiritual is going to be in between them, it's conditioned by both. More especially the physical world, because it's the lowest part. It's the same thing as the primordial, but in the densest fucking possible way. We're looking at 0 and 1. All this stuff about everything that goes on in between 0 and 1. And you look at computers, it must all be binary computer. No, binary is an application of the concept of the 0 and 1 relationship, but that's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about everything and nothing. Everything and nothing. So you need the metaphysicians to give you the philosophy on this stuff, okay? The Western scientists who are giving you the abstractions of space-time aren't talking to you about the fundamentals. And they admit that they're not. That's not what it's for. That's not what it's for. So primordial is still a part of physical reality, or would you say it's not physical but a part of the program? It's part of it's the what's the word? It's the medium. Here, I'll run you another image, because I use this one all the time too. Here. I like this picture. I like this picture a lot better because I think it's a lot more intuitive about what I'm talking about. The primordial is the empty space and that X, Y, and Z axis here, okay? So the empty space and the X, Y, and Z axis. That is your primordial. The cube. That is the cube and the sphere, either way. But we'll say it this way. The cube is your spiritual or non-physical reality, okay? The sphere is your physical reality or space-time. I can point to a point that's inside the sphere, inside the cube, and inside the empty space at the same time. All three densities at the same time, okay? There's nowhere to go. There's nothing to activate. You're the whole thing. It's one thing, but you got to understand the nature of its dynamics. I love how you made the distinction of people only wanting to know how to use the metaphysics in life versus metaphysics itself. Yes, I can admit that I've been in depth with how to use it in life, however, would like to go beyond. That's where most people come here from, and I get it. I did it too. So that's what I'm saying. Like when I tell people what you're doing, like, hey man, that's wrong. It's not because, hey, look at me, I'm super, I'm better, and your girl loves me. Even if those things are true, the reason I'm saying it is because I've been there. I've been there. I made that same mistake, and I made it without having anyone to tell me about it. So I made it 3 or 4 times. So I made it 3 or 4 times, the same mistake. Trip over it, think, oh, I'm gonna change this, think you're doing it. Nope, wrong, still wrong. Look at you, fucking idiot. Still did it again. I know, I get it. So I get the inclination to do it. All right, so look, anyways, we're talking about the primordial, right? It's the empty space and the X, Y, and Z axis, okay? 0, 1, 2, 3. There's your trinity. It's primordial, it's immediate, okay? There's empty space and your X, Y, and Z axis. This is about a weird question, but can you pause the game? Yes, in your proper perspective. See, as the avatar in the game, no, you can't. But as the motherfucker playing, of course you can. You can have 10 different save files. You can download some mods. Okay, you can play the motherfucker efficiently. But if you're playing from the perspective of what you are is the avatar, then you're fucked. You're not pausing the game. You're in it. You're gonna stay in it. Okay, you're gonna stay in it. That's the thing, in the world but not of it. This is why I give you guys the technique of the non-physical conception of self. Because your personality, but just making sure I'm keeping up. Yeah, no, ask questions, bro. Especially if you think they're stupid. Especially if you think they're stupid, because if that means if you had that question, probably 20 other people have the question and won't ask it. They'd rather remain stupid than have to, even for a second, feel like they're stupid. You catch me? They'd rather remain stupid than risk for a second feeling like they're stupid. Why? Because feelings are more their reality. I get it. Mods are the best part, right? Get the mods in here. Is magic some of the mods? In a sense. But see, the real part of magic is the changing you. Like it's parlor tricks to change the physical world. It's parlor tricks. The thing needs to change is you. That's where the real deity work starts. That's where the real deity work starts, bro. I'm so serious. That's why I say this shit is so much deeper than the stuff I can convey with this little bit of shit. It's nappy, bro, so I'm beyond feeling away. Nigga here for food. There you go, bro. I'm telling you, bro, it's going to have you messed up. So if we're talking about primordial, we're talking about 3 different densities of the same thing. The ocean, one water, same thing. There are different densities of water. The atmosphere we're sitting in with the air, same difference, okay? All of reality, we're talking about infinity. Because usually when people think infinity, they think of something monolithic, okay? Infinity is infinite. That means there are infinitely many different infinities. What we're talking about here is different densities of infinity, okay? Easy way to get it, which is all you really need. I'm so serious. Think about infinite nothingness. Infinitely nothing, right? Now think about infinitely something. These are both equally infinite, but different kinds of infinity. Excuse me. They're different kinds of infinity, okay? Bruh. Layers. It's the details. It's the nuance. That's how darkness works. I'm telling you. Oh my God. Where the fuck was I on the video? Look at me. Look at me being a fucking piece of shit. Do you see this? Okay. Let me continue this here. Oh, that's the lights on my recording. Okay, here we go. I gotta unpause this.
So the very idea that neural activity causes our conscious experiences is doomed from the get-go. It assumes that neurons exist and have causal powers, and they don't. And that's why we have been struggling with this problem since at least 1700, when Leibniz clearly enunciated the problem. And my colleagues have made no progress on it. We've assumed that neurons create conscious experiences somehow, and neurons create nothing. In fact, neurons cause none of my behaviors and none of my experiences. Now, it's a useful fiction in modern neuroscience to talk about neural activity having causal powers. All in my casual conversations with other neuroscientists, I'll talk about how activity in area V1 projects to area V2, and then there's back projections from V2 to V1. And for everyday neuroscience, that's harmless. It's useful. It's a very useful assumption to talk as though neural activity has causal powers. It's perfectly harmless and in fact useful. So I have no objection to doing that. It's only when we try to look under the hood. How does neuroscience, neural activity, relate to conscious experience, that then the assumption that neurons have causal powers comes back to bite us. So, for example, if I'm playing a video game like Grand Theft Auto, and I talk with friends about how you can use the steering wheel and all this stuff to do stuff as though the steering wheel in the video game really has causal powers, it's perfectly harmless. Within the video game, it's perfectly harmless to talk about that steering wheel. When you turn it to left, the car goes this way, and so you put on, perfectly harmless. But if you're a software engineer and you're trying to build a video game, that assumption is no longer harmless. If you think the steering wheel really has causal powers, good luck. You're not going to be able to make a video game. That's where we are. We've gotten to the point in neuroscience where we have to look under the hood, and the assumption that physical objects have causal powers is no longer harmless.
A useful fiction. Yes, Aliyah. A useful fiction. ZJ, good to see you in the chat. 93. I don't know what that's a reference to. Maybe it's his favorite number. A useful fiction. All right? Because look, once again, a fiction means it's an illusion. I don't want to say it's illusionary because literally it's fictional. But it's a useful fiction. I don't want to simply say it's illusionary because I don't think that's exactly accurate. Okay, but we have things that are fictional and non-fictional. We have plenty of useful fictions. State of Georgia, state of Texas. These are useful fictions. When we say things like Russia and China made an agreement with South Africa, useful fictions. Things like melanin, DNA, brains, cells. These are useful fictions. These are useful fictions, okay? They're not saying useful fictions to try and undermine them, but to put the thing in its place, okay? Once again, the motherfuckers who study this, who use this, who come up with this, will tell you this themselves. This isn't Aries being a dick like I usually am. Useful fictions. So it's similar to math. X is like Y, but Y is unknown, and you need to use Y to know X because they both operate on the same principles from different dimensions. Variables are useful fictions. So I think that's what you mean when you say like algebra. Variables are useful fictions, and we can use useful fictions to figure out other things we need to figure out. Most certainly. Most certainly. It's like I said, all the technology, all the innovations we come up with, we use these useful fictions to predict behavior, and it's exceptionally accurate. It's exceptionally accurate. So I don't want you to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I need you to comprehend the distinction if you are trying to discuss the fundamentals of reality. Useful fictions are symbols. Yes, Alaya. Yes. That's a good way. Useful fictions are symbols. And you can't confuse the symbol for the thing that the symbol points to. You can't confuse the symbol for the thing that the symbol points to. Perfect example, people who've had a dog, right? You try to teach a dog some shit. Let's say you're pointing at something on the ground, and you point at it, right? And the dog, instead of looking at what you're pointing at, looks at your hand. He starts focusing on your hand. That's what I'm telling you not to do. Don't confuse the symbol itself with the thing that the symbol is pointing to. Don't confuse the symbol itself with the thing that the symbol is pointing to. Don't confuse the icon on the user interface with the actual mechanisms of the computer, the actual workings of the computer, okay? Be able to make the distinctions. Not so you can throw one out and say it's all fake, it's all a lie. No. So that you can be accurate in your description, so that you can be nuanced, okay? This has a little bit more, and then I'm gonna continue. Okay, yeah, remember, useful fictions. They're useful fictions. I'm not telling you to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but remember, if anybody's describing spirituality to you using these useful fictions, they're wrong. They're wrong. I'm sorry, guys, pineal gland. I'm not going to say it's not super something in the brain. I'm not going to tell you it's not. But it's not a fundamental of reality. It is not what is stopping you from tapping in. The fact, particles of calcium on a piece of meat, not even this big, is stopping the Almighty from doing what it got to do. You can't tell me that's not ridiculous. Microscopic pieces of calcium on a piece of meat that's smaller than this is stopping the Almighty. Like, somebody make it make sense. Somebody make it make sense. Motherfuckers are so quick to say this place is a prison. If it is, it's locked from the inside. It's locked from the inside. It ain't a prison. What's a prison is your conceptions. You've imprisoned yourself in your own bad agreements. You've imprisoned yourself in your own bad agreements, your faulty framing of reality, and your pontification. You're running, well, this is simply this is simply this is just this. Oh, the bitches are coming. Here, I'm going to tell them what Aries said and make sure it looks like I said it. Hello, ladies. No, fuck it. Fuck it. Your faulty framing is what's doing it. Like when Peter locked himself inside his car. Peter. Oh, Family Guy probably, right? Yeah. Yes. 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 You know, lock yourself in your car and cry and complain. Like the meme where, you know, you see the person's face in the water, right? And they're like, oh, but you see it's really, they just kind of crouch down and you drowning yourself. Or the other meme where the dude got the little thing on his face, right? But it's him with his arm in the boot for real. All right, like motherfuckers, you're doing it to yourself. Motherfuckers is quick to say self-knowledge, but no one's looking at it. Everyone skims over self. They say, it's all in you. All the answers are in you. Go within. And then we ask them what the fuck within is, they start telling you about the symmetries of space-time. They start telling you about these things that aren't fundamental to reality. They're completely looking in the wrong direction. They're completely looking in the wrong direction. They thought go within means something in the interface. And it's not. It's not. Goddamn right, I'm gonna tell him I said it. Just kidding. No, man, that's how I be. Look, the bitches are looking, I know. Look, for a moment, you can forget who I was. You know, get your chest out. Get your chest out. I see you, bro. Go ahead, get your thing, do your thing. Tell you somebody look good. But I'm saying. It sounds human because calcified pineal might lower the intelligence and function of meatbag, but how is that spiritual? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. I don't care what the chakras correlate to. The chakras aren't about something in your meat bag. It's another map. It's showing you the densities of reality in a 7-fold pattern as opposed to a 3-fold pattern, which is what I like to use. The tree of life is a 10-fold pattern of the same it's mapping out the same territory. A different group of people came with a different map for the same territory. Malkuth, Earth. The root chakra, Earth. The planet is named after the concept. Like an orange is named after the color. Meatbag bullshit. Yes, sir. Good to see you in the chat, Edgar Allan Piccolo. Baba D, in your opinion, is there true value in victim mentality? I mean, look, if you're looking for the attention in the drama, then you got to be honest with yourself where you're looking for it. But to the degree to which you're looking for attention and drama, I'd say it's plenty of value there. There's plenty of value. You know, it's easy to say, hey man, I'm above those things. Attention and drama, I don't need any of that in my life. Okay, it's easy to say that. I'm saying before you come to that conclusion, check. So that's why I would say it's valuable. Because there's a part of your conception, your idea, the drives that you have in all this meat that wants attention, validation. Okay, and so until you contend with it, you can't necessarily say it's not there. Because I'm not going to tell you it's not there. I'm a vain motherfucker. Go back to the episodes where I wasn't beautiful. Fuck you mean. So I mean, I think the part you're focusing on though in this is the victim thing. And I don't think there's value in that. Because this is the thing. That's something you agree to. The only way, what you are is the supreme. The only manner in which you can be a victim is your agreement to it. Because if you don't agree that it's your agreement that makes it, then you're agreeing that you're not the supreme. You're not the thing you say you are. Okay? So that's what I mean. That's why the victim mentality will contradict the things you say. Like these motherfuckers will say, I'm all these guys, I'm the supreme, I'm the highest, yada. And then they'll say, just like Panic will talk about, then they'll say, well then the white man came and now it's all gone. Something don't add up. But niggas ain't doing the math. They just here to feel good. So that's why I would say that. Because yeah, the victim stuff, it's only going to lower or diminish your capacity. But I mean, there's value in it if you want the attention. And I'm not going to say attention ain't valuable, you know. IDK, good to see you back in the chat, bro. Crazy. If you don't check metaphysical presuppositions now, I can see how you'd be forever dealing with that throughout lifetimes. Yep. Then you don't know what you don't know. Yeah, you don't know what you don't know. And you have to keep room for that. This is why I hate the Gnostic shit. Because Gnostics start out with the idea that what they have is the true knowledge. And that everybody else needs to be woken up. Fuck you. Fuck you. Sophia and the Archons. Bruh. You could have done that with Jesus. And then niggas is deep on the Goetia. Don't know nothing about it. They just know it says demon. Oh, now you really out there, huh? Fuck out of here. Fucking gynoatia. All the damn feminine shit. bro, fuck what the 72 conspirators have said. You really want to go ancient? The 72 conspirators have said, no, the 72 demons of the Oasia, because really the demons. Whatever. Niggas will say anything to make what they want to feel good. I remember a motherfucker confused Vishwarup from the Hindu pantheon with the 72 demons of the Goetia only because the only thing he knew was the 72 demons. Like, fuck out of here, man. Niggas is quick to go, this is simply this. This is simply this. That's why they lose. That's why they lose. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry, I'm being triggered. Ugh. Panic said, how you gonna master the spiritual and you ain't mastered the physical? What do you think about the correlation of mastering realities? Would it just be mastering definition? Look, first, look, this is because I'm not gonna say that's not important, but this is what I say, and this is why I always say it consistently, because these are what questions like that rest upon. It goes back to whatever you is. Because I can tell you to master the Sims, right? I can tell you to master the Sims, and it wouldn't be that it's not conducive to your life. Because you can probably find some things to do it, but I want to make sure I make the distinction between your life and the Sims, and that's what I'm trying to do. Is make a distinction between your life and the Sims. Okay, these useful fictions and descriptions of reality or frameworks that describe reality. Okay, so I'm trying to help you learn to make definition. All right, that's your illusion. That's, like I said, wield illusion. Learn to draw lines in the sand. It's easy to say everything is one thing. Oh, it's all connected. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but if that's all you got, if that's your only move, you're contradicting yourself immediately, because if it's all one thing, how's there you in all of this? You're breaking it up already. And so it's the details, the darkness is the subtle shit. To build up our last question, can you master anything in your own opinion? Oh, hell yeah, you can master things. But you remember, when you master something, it's at the expense of not mastering other things. And mastery takes time and it's a process. Okay, so I don't usually suggest the jack of all trades kind of thing. I used to do that. But the reason I used to do it is because I wanted to be novel. I wanted to be a novel kind of person. Like, hey, look at him. He knows this, he does that, he does that. Have a little bit of all this shit, right? But then what happens is you have surface level knowledge about a lot of things. And so you can look impressive to be able to talk about a lot of things, but you can never really go in depth. And so because metaphysics and the occult is something I'm actually passionate about, I wanted to be able to go in depth. I mean, when I first started studying this shit, and I had to contend with the fact that all of my framing was fucking physical science, like particulate matter and stuff like that. And it took me a while because I didn't know how to start thinking without it. Okay, I had this conversation with the lady who was at our event on Saturday. That was the day before yesterday. The event was on Saturday. We were talking about dirt, and I'm like, look. Nowadays, people look at dirt and they're thinking, particulate matter, maybe some bacteria, germs, that's dirty. Not to say that's not a thing. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Follow me, please. Like I said, people usually look at dirt now and they see, particulate matter and, viruses or bacteria. Okay, cool. But that's not how we looked at dirt a long time ago. The introduction of matter has drastically shaped the way we frame the world. And so I'm not going to tell you to just abandon matter, because I don't think I have the conceptual depth to completely abandon matter. It's a useful fiction. And so I'm not telling you to get rid of it, but I'm telling you to know where to draw the line. Know where this comes from and what effect it has on your metaphysical presuppositions. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The premises of your thinking. I'm not gonna tell you you're just an awful person, you smell bad, and your girl been talking about me in the DMs. Maybe that's the truth, but that's not the point here, okay? Just like fucking your brain. Okay, maybe that's the truth, but I'm not telling this motherfucker about that. I'm telling this motherfucker what's gonna make sure the DNA and continues forward. Let's say, man, DNA is the devil. DNA is the thing fucking with you. Motherfuckers want to upgrade meatbag shit. That'll probably make the illusion worse. Oh shit. That's why I love. That's why I kind of enjoy fighting with my shadow and stuff. This motherfucker knows all my tricks. This motherfucker knows all my tricks. So I get to refine my shit. You know. Anyways, I'm being a dick. Let me finish out this video here so we can let's see if there's anything else I wanna cover. Here, hold on.
Some quantum physicists have just published an experiment in which they can actually make time go backwards. So that's really, really interesting. So going back to the hard problem of consciousness, all of my colleagues have assumed physicalism, that neural activity causes conscious experiences. So we start with the brain, we assume the brain exists and has causal powers, and somehow consciousness arises from it. That hasn't worked, and so physicalism is false. And physicalism, which led to all this magic whenever you try to get consciousness emerging, the reason why there was always magic is that physical objects have no causal powers. So right in the point where physical stuff is supposed to cause consciousness, that's when you get hit, and it's only magic. So I'm proposing what I will call conscious realism. Instead of saying that space-time and physical objects are fundamental, let's say that consciousness is fundamental. As a scientist, then, I need to have a mathematical theory of consciousness on its own terms. And what's interesting is we haven't done that before. When you look at the theories of consciousness that my colleagues have been working on, what they really are theories about physical systems that might somehow give rise to consciousness. So they talk about physical systems and their properties that would then give rise to consciousness. We have to do something entirely different. We have to step back and say, look, physical stuff, space-time and physical objects, that's just Homo sapiens user interface symbols. Those are the wrong symbols to even try to frame a theory of consciousness. We can't start there. So we have to start consciousness on its own terms. What do we want to put as our theory of consciousness on its own terms, not as something that arises from physical stuff?
Most ideas or concepts about consciousness are concepts about physical structures and systems and how they could possibly be causal in the concept of consciousness. Okay, I hate the word consciousness. I think it's loaded as fuck these days, but what we're talking about is the difference between correlation and causation. And the presumption that stands today is that this correlation is proof somehow of causation. They're asking for an additional miracle. Like I said, every theory, every system, every framework starts with a miracle. And you don't get another one down the road. See, that's what panpsychism does. It starts with the same miracle that physicalism does. You got your Big Bang. Okay, there's my miracle. Now I'll explain everything else in terms of the miracle. Well, what they want to do is, after you got all the things, now you try and reverse engineer. Okay, well, really there's consciousness in all of it. Well, hold on, where did that come from? You just gave me another poof miracle. Where did it come from? Where's the emergence? Okay, so panpsychism, the idea that every individual thing has a spirit. We talked about idealism with Bernardo Castro, where he's doing the same thing Donald's doing here, where they're putting consciousness as fundamental. So Bernardo talks about analytic idealism. This is Donald Hoffman. He talks about the theory of conscious agents. I didn't want to put it in here because I want you to, if you're interested in it, look at it yourself. He's a mathematician. Okay, the same way we have mathematicals for the theory of natural selection. We use game theory. He said he was looking for mathematical models for the idea of consciousness, and so that's where his conscious realism goes in. Once again, I purposely left it out because it's his framework. And if you're interested in it, you know where to look for it. He has plenty of places he's talking about it. I gave you a little taste of it, so because I want you to think about your thinking. That's the whole thing. I want you to think about your thinking. Not just have thoughts, but think about your thinking. And then motherfuckers are quick to all is mine right outside of the neck. All is mine. Okay, where are we going with that? It's not just the new hot thing to say. You got to think about your thinking. This is why I tell niggas to get into philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, especially. Our thinking is framed in language, and words are the bricks of that framing. Motherfuckers get here at etymology, and they replace the word definition with etymology and never actually look at the history of words. See, last episode, he actually talked about etymology, where he said the word psyche is a retranslation of words like soul and mind. Okay? There's etymology. It tells you where it came from. Not just one definition. Motherfuckers will take a definition and say, well, this is the etymology. No. The little part at the beginning will show you where it came from, but you still gotta go look up those words. Whatever. I'm the dick. I'm the dick. I'm a piece of shit. Whatever. Tries to cautiously hug you again in front of the bitch. It's a liar. See, man, I can't do this, bro. I can't do this. Stop it. Stop it. Physicality gives rise to consciousness. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Physicality does not give rise. Physicality has no there's no causal direction from space-time to consciousness or mind, okay? That's the point. Neurons have no causal power. Neurons have no causal power. They're not causing your awareness. They condition it. Like, look, if I had some colored glass on the light on this window, right? The light has come through. And if let's say the color glass was red, and so now red light comes through, and you say, oh, look at that. The glass is the cause of the red light. The glass may be the cause of the redness, but not the light. Okay? Motherfuckers will look at their five senses as though it's a window into the outside world. And it's more like a television set than it is a window. I can get how a window and a television set are very similar, but it's more like a television set than it is a window. Okay? Remember this about your senses. I'm not telling you throw them out with the bathwater, because the baby was the whole reason you had bathwater. Okay? I'm not telling you throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I'm telling you to understand it, examine it, analyze it. Look into it, because it's part of where you're making these agreements. Remember, Dorothy never left Kansas, in the world but not of it. Dorothy never left Kansas, but she did not understand the nature of her predicament or how she was continuing to agree to it. Okay? That's what you want to get into. You're making the distinction on how the material has drowned the fuck out of what's supposed to be knowledge of non-physical. It's very, very evident. It's very evident if you just do a little research. The people who tell you about the stuff tell you the same thing. They're having the same issue. How you feel about animism? I think that's the right word. What is animism? It sounds familiar, but I don't think that's panpsychism. I think it may be somewhat connected. Let me look at it real quick. Because I don't know. I'm going to say I don't know. But that way we can both look at it. Animism is a belief that objects, places, and creatures possess a distinct spiritual essence. Yeah, okay. Well, at first glance, I would say that's panpsychism. Because look, this is what happens. This is why I say I would disagree. Also, the window versus television thing is real food. The senses have their programs. Exactly. And remember, the senses having their programs is not a bug in the system. It's a feature. It's how it's supposed to work. So this is the reason panpsychism is flawed, okay? Remember, the space-time is immersion. It's not causal. But so if we sit here and look at this immersion thing, let's say the table, for example, okay? Let's say the table has its own spirit. All right, smooth. If I take one of the legs off, when it was screwed on there, the leg was screwed on there. I take one of the legs off, right? Now does the table and a leg have their own consciousness or spirit, so to speak? I'll use the word from there. Okay, so now the table and the leg I took off have its own spirit. But let's say I glue it back on. Now is it all one spirit again? Does it make a difference whether or not I glued or screwed it? Okay, because what happens with animism is that you get more caught up in the appearances of the physical world. But this is what I will say. And to be quite honest, my Nick, this is in order to answer that question, because I want to tell you to throw it out, but I have a concept I've been working on for a while, and where's the place where I talk to you guys about this? No, that's not it. I have a theory about this, okay? And I think it's twofold. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. That's not it. I think this is it. I think this is the image I want. There we go. There we go. Boom. And I'm pretty sure you can see this now, okay? Right? All right. There's two things going on, okay? You got the come down and you got the going up, okay? Which is part of the reason I say a lot of this middle path stuff is redundant, because most of what people on the middle path are doing is just going over the process of going from the top up here all the way down, okay? That's all they're talking about. And the seed on the tree don't go back up to the heights of the canopy by going back up the trunk. All right, you don't go back into mama's womb kind of shit. All right, you root yourself into the earth and grow onto your own thing. Okay, so look, when we're talking about the going down and the going up, the going down, let's say it like this. I'll try to explain it in Christian terms. Well, no, I won't. No, I won't. Let me see if I can do it this way. Because once again, we're delving into territory that's there's no language for it, so I've been trying to make a language. That's what I'm doing for it. Okay, the going down is 12-fold, and the going back up is 16-fold. Okay, so when you're looking at something like the zodiac, for example, remember the zodiac is not constellations. You're mapping out divisions of the circle as you move across its surface area. Okay, as you move across the circumference of the circle, you're mapping out its divisions. Okay, so the zodiac has more to do about than the circle than it is fucking stars. But anyways, the zodiac is showing you the unfolding of one to create the whole of the circle. Okay, to create the whole of reality. Now, in terms of the coming down process, okay, like let's say for instance, the idea of the very first fruit from the tree, right? The first soul. You know, that's the story of Christ. Okay, because you'll have the concept of the individual different souls, or the very first soul that ever came. The archetype for them, the archetype for souls themselves. All right, that's what Christ is. That's Christ's story. That's why the work's already been done. It died for your sins, so it basically made the pathway. But going down and coming up are two different things, okay? See, when you come down, it's like coming down from zero, so there's nothing, all the way to the fullness of manifestation at 12. But then standing on top of that fullness of manifestation and continuing the work. See, this starts at least 13. So you stand on top of the 12, and you're going 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so like, have you ever seen, there's the golden mean ratio, and then there's the, what's the other curve? The golden mean ratio, and there's two curves. What's the fucking other one? The golden mean ratio, is it pi? I don't think it's just pi. I think it's something else. It may be pi, but I don't think it's just pi. Okay, you got the golden mean ratio, and what is the other one? What is the other one? It's there are two fundamental fucking curves, and I know it. The golden mean ratio. I wish they had it next to it. God, I don't fucking remember it. I feel like a piece of shit now. Golden mean ratio. There are two fucking curves. I'll remember it. When I do remember it, I'll put it together on a single diagram. Okay. But one curve is showing you the down, the involution, and one is showing you the evolution, okay? Because they work together, the in, the out. The up, the down. They define one another. The torus and the hyperbola. There's a guy I love listening to him talk about metaphysics and how some of this works. He's even familiar with a lot of the actual Sanskrit text. Like niggas who are interested in the Vedic stuff. He not only comes from a person. He's not only used to translate the stuff, but he studied himself a lot. Greek shit, all kind of different stuff. Physics. So he's really good at talking about these things. What was I going with that? I don't remember. Anyways, I was giving him a shout out because he said that. The torus and the hyperboloid, okay? The torus is a fourth dimensional sphere, all right? Point, line, circle, sphere, torus, okay? Torus is the fourth dimensional sphere. But the negative space that donut shape creates another space. That's what's called a hyperboloid. Okay, the hyperbolic. You know that's why it's called the hyperbolic time chamber, because it's like that's what a hyperbolic curve does. And the two curves never actually touch, but they'll come infinitely closer and closer to one another. It's like with the whole physical things. Like you think, okay, this is made of atoms. It's touching. The people who've done the science, they think, look, even here, it doesn't touch. Your brain will tell you it does because that's a useful fiction. It's a very useful fiction. For the integrity of this meat bag, that's a very useful fiction. You look at the atoms, they don't touch. They don't touch. Okay, so the useful fictions are there, but you need them. But you have to distinguish them from their use. Because if you don't distinguish the useful fictions from their use and their nature as fictions, you'll confuse the map with the territory. You'll confuse the map with the territory. And that's the big thing people are doing. They're confusing the map with the territory. They're confusing correlation with causation. They're not doing the research. They're feeling good and then telling you to go do the research. And that if you don't get the results they got from the research, then you must not have done the research. But they didn't do the research. So anyway, this is the whole reason I went through the going down and coming up, excuse me, is because I think panpsychism can only be reconciled in the idea of going up. But in the idea of going down, I think reductionism works better. So going down is a 12-fold pattern, going up is a 16-fold pattern. Why is it 16-fold? Because it stands on top of what's already been done by the 12-fold pattern, which is the going down process. The going up process, starting with 13, going up with the 16-fold, I think panpsychism is conducive to that. But like I said, there's no language for this, so I'm treading the waters myself, but it is something I'm working on because I do think there's something to it. Because once again, it's an issue of your framing. It's not the thing. That's not what I'm convinced of. I'm convinced of the way that you can interact with your own framing. Like for example, one way I would think about this, like I wouldn't think that every individual tree has a spirit, so to speak. I would consider every single tree that exists, has existed, or will exist as, let's say, once again, useful fiction, cells of the one body for the spirit of tree. Okay? So just like all these cells in this body that ever have been or will be associated with the concept of Arius. Okay? And that concept has more of a reality than the collection of cells. And so that concept for the spirit of tree or the archetype of tree has more of a reality than the individual instances of its physical manifestation, which you could consider the cells of the whole being. Okay? Because you can make the same correlation with your body, which you usually do. You have the cells, the collection of them, and you conflate that idea to be the substance for the idea of yourself. Okay, so it's the same thing. That's what I would say. But I wouldn't say each individual tree has a personality any more than I'd say each of my individual cells has a personality. But then, this is why I don't want to discount it. Because that's from my perspective. From the perspective of the solar system, I'm sure it wouldn't think, look at those little things on Earth. Ugh, I gotta get that cleaned up. as if they have their own perspective, life, and presumptions, interface. Okay, so I would make the same conclusion about things looking down on it, so I can't necessarily say that about things I'm looking down at. I understand why, but I can't necessarily come to the same conclusion. All right, so this is the thing, man. Thinking about your thinking, understanding how your perception works, how the metaphysical presuppositions that you have shape not only yourself, but your conception of reality. Where are you agreeing to what's going on? How much of this is your fault? Because let's say 90% of it is the fault of everyone else and everything else. Okay, cool, wonderful, wonderful, that feels good. But if that 10% or even 10% of that 10% is your fault, let's say it's the most crucial part of the fault. And so without your little bit, none of it would have happened, right? Without your little bit of agreement to it, none of it could have gone down. Imagine if Dorothy landed in Oz, right? And as soon as she got there, without nobody even telling her, she just hit the shoes, click, click, and was done. Where the story at? Where the story at? Alice in Wonderland, whole time, little bitch sitting there, sleep under a tree. Imagine as soon as she started to dream, woke up. Where the story at? Of course not. Of course not. But I get it. It's knowing the nature of your reality. Also, that Taurus thing you briefly mentioned, what did you mean by it's fourth dimensional? That's my last question. Oh, Brad put it up. Where dimensionality is an axis, or time is an axis of dimensionality. Hold on. Because remember, dimensions ain't places. It's scope and extent of perception. Here, let me exit out of this. God damn it. Even if you see my notes, you won't know how, because the notes are just a guide. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I know I have this because I took the time to set it aside just for this, but that doesn't mean I'm not still a piece of shit. I'll be honest. Okay, here, where am I at? I want to show you a tesseract. Okay, I'm gonna show you a fourth dimensional cube. No, I think it's in here. Dodecahedron, icosahedron, glimpse of the five platonic solids, spiral axis 3. God damn it. Why didn't I am a piece of shit. I think it was in this one. Let me see. God dang it, guys. Let's see, this is what I need to be spending my time doing. There's a Taurus. But it doesn't show you the movement that I want you to see. It just shows you the three-dimensionality of it. That's the icosahedron. Where is my... Fuck. I don't think the tesseract is in this fucking video now that I'm looking at it. God. No, that's not going to show me the tesseract either. Fuck, man. You see, this is what happens, kids, when you're a piece of shit. Where are we at? God, bro. I thought I clipped this part out, but I didn't. I clipped out a bunch of other things, but I didn't clip out the tesseract, even though that was like the thing I needed. Come on. I'm really going to sit here and not find it. I look like a fool. God damn it. God damn it. Bruh, I have this. Because you need to see the motion to understand what I mean. At least I think you need to see the motion. I think you need to see the motion. I would say you need to see the motion, and I would like to show you the motion. Oh, God, yeah. Hold on, I think it's at the beginning of this. There we go. There we go. All right, kids. That was a tesseract. Here, it's coming back up. It's coming back up. Bitch, did you pause? Oh, okay. A four-dimensional cube is a tesseract. A torus is a fourth-dimensional sphere, okay? There's your cube, 3 dimensions. Now here's your torus. Your tesseract, excuse me. Tesseract is the fourth-dimensional cube. Now I want you to look at it move. Because just looking at this picture, this is another 3-dimensional picture. Until you add movement or time or the flow of time to the geometry like this, you don't see the whole thing. This is the tesseract. The element of motion, of the movement through time, is a part of it. Okay? Bruh, this geometry shit, y'all niggas have no idea. I can hear this shit in my ear. You can't hear it. Hey, bruh, stop talking. And this is just a little drop of stuff. Oh, there's the hyperboloid. There's the hyperboloid. Did you see it? That's the hyperboloid. That's the middle center of a torus. God damn it. See, this is why I gotta cut this shit down so I can use it as cycle. But I found some great stuff. Look, I can't draw some of this stuff by hand. You know, I'm good at making fucking diagrams, but I'm usually limited to a two-dimensional space. But they have motherfuckers who've already been fucking with these shapes. And so I can use what they've used to explain what I'm telling you about. Oh my God, bro. Fuck me. Ryan Moore, what's 13, 14, 15, and 16? That's the Trinity aspect of the extra one. What are examples of that? I don't want to say this. 13, 14, 15, 16. Because we're talking about, most I can use right now, because once again, I don't have the language yet because I haven't finished fleshing it out. The most I can use right now is like the, taking it from the zodiac and moving that forward. Like the, what do people call the 13th sign? Euphukis. Okay, Euphukis, right? Remember, the zodiac is not about the stars. The zodiac is mapped across the stars because the zodiac is about the circle and we move in a circle. It's about showing where you are in the circle, okay? With 13, it's the Christ among its 12 disciples, okay? So the whole story coming down to the crucifixion of Christ. This is what's creating all this. The story is telling you about the unfolding unto the 12-fold pattern from 0, okay? But standing is going 13, 14, 15, and 16. This is standing as Christ facing that initial 1, 2, and 3, okay? But it's going to be 13, 14, 15, and 16 because you have to include what's been done. You're not working from a blank slate this time. Going from 0 to 12, you're working from a blank slate. You don't work from a blank slate going from 12 to 16. And I'm only stopping at 16 because it's reasonable to do so. Because that's the fourth 4. 4 times 4 is 16. It's the fourth 4. All right. 12 is a mixation of 3 and 4. Whereas 7 is 3 plus 4. Because see, look, first you have 3 giving rise to 4. Then you have 3 plus 4, which is going to give you your 7. Then you have 3 times 4, where the 2 are intermixed, which gives you 12. Okay. Why is 3 and 4 important, right? 3 and 4 because it's the Trinity and form. It's creation and the created. It's the image of the Most High and that which is made in the image of the Most High. Okay, that 3 and 4 is the story of heaven and earth. It's the story of mind and matter to the degree to which you want to make that distinction. But remember, it's not about the duality part. The duality is a means to an end. The duality is the means to the ends of the Trinity. The Trinity is the fundamental part. That threefold pattern. That's part of the reason the step from 3 to 4 is so monumental or so important, because once you hit 3, bro, the show is over. You really don't have to do nothing. It's just really the whole thing is there. But to the degree to which you give it, to the degree to which the Father gives the world that He so loved to the Son, you've agreed to everything else that comes along. Okay, and that's what the rest of the 4 through 8 is going to give you on the way till 9. 9 is where you have 3 threes. Okay, so once again, just like with 3, the show is basically over. This is the completion. But if you continue to roll the dice, you're going to get all the way down to physical manifestation, which is going to give you 10, 11, and 12. All right, 10, 11, and 12 is like all of that shit is like what you have in Malkuth. Okay, but it's in a diametrically opposite position from what you had at the beginning. You could say it's Kether. I would say it's the empty space. The empty space itself in a diametric opposition with the framework. Then the framework being diametrically opposite, where you have Kether as a single node, and then you have Malkuth with a density of 3 nodes at the bottom, 10, 11, and 12. There's something I've been working on and hearing that just brought some stuff full circle. I'll send a pic on Instagram. Cool. Yeah, that way I can connect who you are on Instagram and whatnot. Well, yeah, dude, like this is what I'm saying. Like this is the kind of stuff I want to have the conversations about. But if you're trying to explain stuff in terms of melanin and DNA, ain't we not even in the same library, let alone the same book, let alone the same page? Okay? This is what I'm trying to say. Motherfuckers ain't talking metaphysics. They're trying to talk Western science, but they didn't do none of the research. And if 10, 11, and 12 are physical, but you're going back up 13, 14, and 15 are non-physical. So it's the same position as 7, 8, and 9, just different direction. I'm delayed, by the way. I'm inclined to say yes. Let me look at what you said again before I say yes. But as I read it, I was inclined to say yes because I think I get what you're saying here. So coming out of 9, you get 10, 11, 12. Okay, which are physical, which is the dense part. Yes, but you're going back up. 13, 14, 15 are non-physical. Yes, 13, 14, 15. Because this is why I need stuff. Because I will not tell you 16 is the furthest. I won't. But I cannot give you the language for it. Because to the same degree to which melanin and DNA don't describe non-physical reality, I don't have the language for that in the primordial sense on the upswing. See, I'm talking about the upswing. Because remember, it's all one thing. It's all whatever the fuck you are. But if you're coming from the upswing, you're bringing shit with you. It's like you replayed a video game and you start out with the base character again, but you have all the knowledge of where all the shit is, what to do and not to do. And so that's not it's the same thing essentially, but it has all this other context that doesn't exist in particular matter. Okay, so when you're going 13, 14, 15, and 16, it's the within. It's the going within part. Okay, so it's not out further into 10, 11, and 12. It's within. It's within. That's why it's going, 13 is going to give you the appropriate direction. And then you have 14, 15, and 16 to navigate through. Okay, 14 is going to be the you actually turning the personality part on the inside. Because it's really about flipping the thing back on itself. Okay, so that's what you're doing, 13, 14, and 15. Is flipping the thing back. Well, 13, you're turning in the right direction, excuse me. You're turning away from the 12-fold pattern, which is going to give you this infinite appearance of a physical reality. You're turning away from that, and that's going to be 13. All right, 13, being Christ among the 12 disciples, is what's going to get you there. Okay, well, that's the direction you want to go. Okay, that's what 13 starts. 14, 15, and 16 are the steps you need to take. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. The language for this, even for me, drops off at about 16. But that's what I'm working on. Like physicists, they have like, what is it? The smallest I think is like 10 to the 35, 10 to the negative 35. And after that, all of the language of space-time is no longer coherent. Everything about space-time falls away, so they don't have a language to describe that. That's part of the reason they say dark matter and dark energy. It's not because it's dark. It's because they have no idea how it works or what it is. It's a variable, a useful fiction to describe something they don't understand in the context of the rest of the framework. It's not space melanin. Like, niggas are so... Well, yes, the 14, 15, and 16 are describing the atmosphere, you traversing the atmosphere. So 14 is describing you doing the involutionary, the inward movement through space-time back towards self. Then 15, is going to be doing the non-physical part, and 16 is going to be doing the primordial part. Okay. Once again, it's going back through the densities, but not the same way you came. Okay, you don't need to return to source you never left. You don't need to deny the fact that the physical body or the self exists. I mean, because look, to deny it is to say that maybe it shouldn't be there, it's imperfect, or that its imperfection is somehow wrong. No, I don't think so. I think what you need to do is finish what was begun. Be about your Father's work. See, the Father doesn't give the Son. The Father is the Son. Horus is Osiris. Hercules is Zeus. All right? The Father is the Son. And so you finish the Father's work. You be about the Father's work. All right? You don't mean you need to return to the Father. No, that motherfucker's going to die away. That shit's old and outdated, just like Osiris was. He was old, decrepit, outdated. Ra went through the same process. He was old, decrepit, and outdated. And this shit got a cycle, bruh. You get cycles at 4, though. That's the point. Because look, at 3, you get change itself. You get creation, which is past, present, and future. Everything that exists or comes into being goes through the process of past, present, and future. That's the cycle of creation. Okay, that's creation itself. The created exists in the cycle. So you have fire, air, earth, and water. The movement of the 3. Like it's one thing to have past, present, and future. Okay, wonderful. I have generator, operator, destroyer. The same thing, right? I have the Trinity. But without the medium upon which it expresses, it doesn't make any difference. And that's why we have the world that the Father so loved, the grace of God, which is time, which is the medium upon which past, present, and future expresses itself in infinitely many ways. It's the grace of God, for without that grace, you just have 3 and no medium upon which creation itself could express. Bro, this shit could be simple. And I've listened to people who I think are saying something that's advanced for me, and them tell me it's simple. I understand that's difficult. This is why I'm always open to questions. I'm always open to smoke. I'm consistently trying to find different ways to say it, because I may not still be the person I used to be who didn't get what I get, but I'm not trying to disconnect myself from that. I know I've been the person who doesn't get it. And I know even if motherfuckers told me something was simple, because it was simple for them, doesn't mean it was simple for me. And so I'm trying to find as many ways as I can to communicate these basics and fundamentals so that we can get past the fundamentals and people can help me fill in the holes that I don't get necessarily because of who and how I am. Okay? So I'm always trying to find new ways to say it, but I'm not gonna concede to irrational and delusional frameworks. Okay, a lot of motherfuckers out here with some irrational and delusional frameworks, and I'm not here to concede to that. I know it's the cycle of the Father. How or why is the Father becoming outdated? Is this the reason he gave his Son? The Father is the Son. He does not give the Son. The Father is the Son. The Father gives the world that he so loved to the Son. The Father is one. The Holy Spirit, the Mother, is 2. Why is the Father? Father is 1, is the only begotten Son, is Christ. Beget is a masculine term. To conceive is a feminine term. See, the feminine was not suppressed. You cannot get rid of it. It was ignored. That's why you don't conceive the Holy Spirit as feminine. But that's what the Holy Spirit is, feminine. That's the other aspect. All right, you put those 2 aspects together, you get the creation, you get Christ. Okay? But once again, Christ, generator, operator, destroyer, past, present, and future, the threefold pattern. It's creation. But without the medium upon which to express, creation may as well, once again, be just as fucked as its Father. The Father is the Son. But once you take creation and give it the world that he so loved, for grace, time, the medium of time, now creation can play itself out. But, see, once again, once you've agreed to 4, you gotta get 5, 6, 7, and 8 on the way to 9. And the same thing happens with 9 and 10. See, 10 is a good one. I love 10. Motherfuckers like to say 9 is completion. 10 is completion. 10 is completion because what did you start with? 0 giving rise to 1. But now, what do you have? 1 standing next to 0. That's something different. It's a different dynamic. Same elements, but a different dynamic. Okay? Because what started all this shit out, the whole unfolding process, 0 and 1. And so now you've taken what you've begun with and made the process complete. And this is part of the reason 3 and 4 is so pivotal, because it's showing you how that is done. See, when you go from 9 to 10 and you put that 0 there, what is that 0 representing? Everything you've done before then. And so what was it representing at the very beginning? it has a potential for all that shit there, just unexpressed. And so when you do 10, you're showing the potential that exists from all that interaction, but unexpressed. Right, the numbers are symbols for quantities, and the quantities have qualities. Like, once again, there's no language for none of this stuff because niggas is caught up in melanin and vibrating energy. Fuck. Okay, is this the will of creation, the cycle? Okay, here, look, fictions. Will of creation, of creates fictions, of creates fictions. Like this, look, I can say this is a pen. Or I can say, it's the pen of accurate description. It's the pen of emotional love. It's the pen of pens. Of creates a fiction. Not to say the fiction is not right, but because it can be useful. But what you do when you say will of creation, you've made the distinction between will and creation. So you could say, because I have clients who've done this, and I'm not saying, once again, I'm not going to tell you what you're supposed to believe, but where you can look for the distinctions. You could say 1 is will. And then you could say 3 is the will of creation, maybe. I mean, I guess, but... Because remember, you've got to lean into the fact that you don't know English. And so you have to start checking, because I'm using words and I make it look simple because I'm used to the words. You got to check the words, like a cycle. Like, what are the components of a cycle? Like, I'm saying cycle, not just because, you can say anything and I like to say it, that's how I feel. I'm trying to be as exact as I can, okay? Like, you couldn't have had a cycle at just generator, operator, destroyer. Okay, those are the modes. Like, if you see the Yad-He Vad-He, because I talked about this in The Secrets of Man. M-A-N, because motherfuckers will confuse that shit with human. And it's not human. It's not human. I have it here, don't I? Did I put that shit all the way down here? I did. Here we go. Boom. Right? Yad-He Vad-He. Once again, 3 and 4. Once again, 3 and 4. Three positions, right? 3 positions and 4 modes of positionality, okay? 4 positions and 3 modes of being, okay? So here's the modes of being. The modes of being are away from center, that's one mode of being. Return to center, that's another mode of being. Away from center again in a different direction. There's the opposite of this one, but then return to center, okay? So you have the 3 modes of being, 2 instances of return to center and 2 different instances of moving away from center, okay? But you have 4 positions, that creates 4 positions. There's your 2, there's your 3 and the 4. This sine wave, this is called a sine wave, is the graph of a circle, okay? Here's your zodiac. Here's your fucking chakras, all right? The intermixation of 3 and 4. We're talking about the circle. It's always been about the circle. But what are you also seeing here? You're seeing the square, the circle and the square, heaven and earth, the highest and the lowest, 1 and 4. The Father and the world that the Father so loved. Like, bro, this is what I'm saying. This shit has nothing to do with spooky fuck magic. It has nothing to do with spooky fuck magic. It never did. But motherfuckers will use the superstition because they can't understand the nuance. Trying to understand the cycle of the Father and the Son a little bit. And you go, look, the Father is the circle itself. The Son is the 3, and the world it so love is 4. They're intermixed here. They do it again at 7 with the chakras. They do it again at 12 with the zodiac. And the zodiac is great because you can see the way that the cycles intermix with the modalities. Here, let me show you my my zodiac picture. Because look, I did. That was the season finale for the last show. Last season was the zodiac lecture. Okay, like remember, because zodiac is in astrology. Astrology uses the zodiac and astronomy to create astrology, okay? Here's the thing. Oh, shit. Oh, I can just exit this out because I'm not using it anymore, right? Boom, and it's right there. Okay, look. I can just, I can maximize this. All right, that's generally the image most people are used to, okay? Here's the fancy one I got off the internet. Ooh, look at it. It looks like the stars. Ooh, ooh. It's nothing to do with the stars, right? It's about the circle. It's about the circle, the relationship is 3 and 4. Anyways, the whole circle divided into 4 quadrants. Each of them have 3 segments, right? This is the deepest intermixation of 3 and 4 you're gonna get that's as plain as this. That's why I love the zodiac, okay? First quadrant, what's exalted? Earth. Why? Because it's absent over here. You took all the earth out of this one and put it here, okay? Look, you took all the water out. Okay, you can't see it on this one. Let me show you my other diagram. Because this is the diagram you usually see, which is 12-fold. I'm going to show you my 16. There you go, 16-fold. 16-fold, here's a better way of looking at it. Boom. That's the 16-fold. This is the view going back up. Here's your view coming down, 12-fold. All right? 16-fold is your view coming up. Because you have to work with what's been established, okay? What's the rest of my zodiac ones? Oh, here we go. All right, we go through each quadrant, right? Here's the first quadrant. The prodigal son is the aspect that doesn't know he is the father in terms of definition of prodigal son, the one who left home. And see, look, when you add prodigal son, that's the whole. Then you're getting further down into the narrative and to more dual detail. See, I'm not invoking prodigal son because I don't need the prodigal part because that adds a different quality. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's making the concept more complicated. Like when you said will of creation, you made it more complicated. You added another thing that I didn't add in there. And not to say you can't add it, but it makes it more complicated. If we're just talking about the son, you don't have to make it prodigal. You don't have to make it prodigal. That goes right back to the Trinity, bro. That's like basic Trinity. I'm so serious. 1 is the Father, the Most High. 3 is the Son, the only begotten Son. The only begotten Son of 1. Why is it the only begotten Son? There's nothing else that comes from it. 2 is a means to an end. 2 doesn't come. 2 is part of 1. It's not necessarily like points and lines. Because we looked at this on the boot camp, right? Let's say this is a line segment. If I turn it this way, you get to perceive it as a point, but it's the same thing. Who's to say each point you perceive is not a line segment and vice versa? By tapping back in the storm in the day. The storm in the day. Hey, bro, because I want to put it out here. Because I know enough about this to give you all the fundamentals forwards and backwards where I'm miles ahead of anyone else who's teaching you, but I still got plenty. I may taught you all the shit you know about it, but I can't teach you everything I know about it. Because there's so much more to this shit. It's so, oh my God. These are the conversations I want to be having, but I can't because you got to get the fundamentals. And niggas think the fundamentals is pineal melanin DNA. Toes trying to go up, down, and back up on me. Everybody's rude everything. Hey man, look, it's the pattern. It's the cycle. Where's the other diagram? Oh, hold on. Let me stop jumping. I'm passionate about the conversation. I love talking about this. First quadrant of the zodiac, right? Usually it only includes these 3. In the 16-fold diagram, you have to understand it sits on top of water. Water, in terms of the 3-fold pattern, is unexpressed. Not because it doesn't exist, but because it needs to be unexpressed to have this pattern exist. Okay, look, watch fire, watch the red, okay? It moves, the red moves. All the colors shift. Remember, each element, because let's say we're looking at this, right? Where what's exalted is earth, is the green part, right? Look at green. You don't have to look at red. You look at red because usually the zodiac is a story of fire, but they're interchangeable, okay? Because they're each part of each other. And this is how the cycle of the 4-fold pattern works. You have to keep this in mind. It's not that one of them isn't present. They're always present. It's about the modes of being, okay? Watch the green. Watch earth. Right now it's exalted. Starts to dissolve. Becomes unexpressed. And then comes cardinal. Okay, now hold on, let me go back here. Now watch the story from fire. Watch it from the red. Boom, boom, and then unexpressed, dead, right? Okay, this is what I'm saying. Each of the elements is the other elements. They're not separate. They're not separate from each other. They're different parts of the same pattern. Okay? Look at water, look at air. You watch it move through the same cycle. Okay? There's a torus. I should have showed you this picture before. But once again, I don't have a picture of the surface of the shape moving like I needed to do to show you the 3 dimensions. But if you look at the way that the lines are set on the surface of the shape, it can imply for you the motion that it takes. That 3-dimensional S curve across the surface of the torus. Because keep this image in mind. Look, this is what you usually see for the zodiac, that 12-fold circular pattern. But if you look at it from the down, remember we talked about the point and the line. Point side, you're looking at it this way. Line side, you're looking at it this way. 3-dimensional. 3-dimensional would just be the torus shape. 4-dimensional is going to be the motion or the movement of the surface of the torus. Okay? See, once again, I'm telling you, look, motherfuckers will tell you the zodiac got something to do with the stars. Fuck that. Niggas don't know what they're talking about. Fuck that. The only reason you can use the zodiac in astrology is because it's a repeating pattern. You take a repeating pattern and you read the patterns that emerge from that repeating pattern. That's why the zodiac, astrology has the zodiac. Tarot does the same thing. Numerology does the same thing. Gematria does the same thing. It takes one underlying base pattern and then reads the patterns that emerge from it as that base pattern moves in a cycle. Let's say I need these graphs. Is Google gonna have a 16-fold graph? Look, you talking about the one I used there? No, this is my. I laid this one out. Where is it? Where does it show? This one. Yeah. This is why I say it's a 60. Because when I did it just like this with the regular circle, it's easy to, I guess, presume that these colors here are just background decoration, and that's not the case. That's not the case at all. So that's why I pinched the edges so there's like, okay, look, it's not separate from the medium upon which it's sitting. The fact that fire is cardinal, earth is exalted, and air is a dissolving spot is because of the fact that water is unexpressed in this quadrant. Okay? And look, and I think this is so interesting. Water being unexpressed over here sits on top of the exalted thing. Like, look, fire is dead on this side, but it's exalted here. Okay? This is showing you the intermixation of 3 and 4. I don't even know if intermixation is actually a proper word. As I said it, it tasted funny. But it's like I said, there's no language for this. So this is what I do. This is the reason I do the shit, is to create the language. This is what I'm interested in. In the 3-fold pattern, would the sun be considered the miracle? The miracle is 0 and 1. The miracle is 0 and 1. To be completely honest, the miracle is 0 and 1. Because, and this is why I say, I tell you, there's plenty of holes in the shit I say, and there's places where you can make another argument. Because you could say, okay, there is no 1. There's only 0. You can make the argument. I'd argue against it, but you can make the argument. This is where the miracle is. Okay? 0 and 1. That's the fucking miracle. And so I don't want to have to add extra miracles down the line. See, you start with one miracle, give me the rest, okay? The miracle I'm really talking about, I would say, is the structure or the unexpressed structure of 0, okay? Because if you just go from the unexpressed structure of 0, you could make the argument that there is no expression, but then I think that's a performative contradiction, because you performing the argument that there's no distinction is a distinction. And so I think it's a performative contradiction, but you could make the argument. You most certainly could make the argument. They all contain each other. Yes, the elements, they all contain each other. Yes. Remember, masculine and feminine define one another. Male and female contain one another. They contain one another. Thank you, Lucy. See, this man be listening, man. This man be listening. My dumbass forgot all about the zodiac being an actual cycle rather than just a frame. Yeah. Because see, look, when you look at it in this flat way, it's easy to just think of it like that. But when you can see it, where's the upper movement I got? Like, oh god damn it, stop it. When you see that, it brings it back. Okay? Because remember, this little circle is a cross section of this long line, but that long line is a cross section of that torus. Okay? And once again, there's the fourth aspect, the moving through it, which is going to give you that twisting across the surface of the torus. And as it's twisting across the surface, you're moving, it's like moving along that screw upward plane. Okay, well, an upward spiral of stairs, which is going to be experienced like a forward linear movement. Bruh, shit's it's in your face. It's always been right there. But niggas is confused with shit. But yeah, it's an honest mistake to make. So that's why I try and point it out. And we talk about it. So laying different maps, patterns of the territory of what is comprised in astrology, different traceable qualities and narratives would emerge. If you take a repeating pattern and you run it in a cycle where it's repeating itself, other patterns emerge. Okay, you can take the numbers for example, and the prime numbers emerge. Okay, different patterns in even and odd numbers or multiples of numbers, patterns emerge. Okay, like especially when you're doing astrology, because look, astrology is a form of divination. That's what these forms of divination do. All right, they take an underlying pattern and put that pattern in a repeating cycle, which you would naturally usually do because numbers repeat, the circle repeats. Okay, they put it in a repeating pattern and then read the patterns that emerge. Okay, so anything you can put into a repeating pattern, you can read the patterns that emerge. Like it gets even more complicated when you add not only the other planets to the reading, but the angles between which the planets are, like your natal chart. Okay, but they're using the zodiac to map the chart. It's not because the zodiac was about the stars. It was not about the stars. It's always been about the circle and the relationship between 3 and 4. Okay. This shit exciting. I need more of it too. I like to be in a space of learning some shit I don't know to knowing it. I'm a classroom type of nigga. Hey man, jump into boot camp. Like come in and get these consoles, bro. Hey, I got the shit for you. Look, man. Or you can go to Kundalini class. They'll pat you on the back, tell you your friends, and get you set up for the latest new Rapture or the Anunnaki coming back or 5D shift. Whatever. Like, look, dimensionality is not about place. Dimensionality is not about place. Look, these are two different dimensions of the same thing. You're looking at it and you see it as a point. And then you change it as a line. What I changed is your perception is what changed. Dimensionality is talking about perception. Scope and extent of perception. Here, you're perceiving the same thing, but you can perceive it as a point or a line. It's the same thing. You're perceiving different dimensions of the same thing. This isn't about places. We haven't changed the space we're in. I'm changing your perception. And the scope and extent of your perception is what changes. Okay? The scope and extent of your perception is what changes. Not the thing. So dimensions aren't about some place you go. It's speaking about your own perception and your relationship to reality. You motherfuckers are so quick to find a new heaven and say, well, it's not really heaven. They were lying to us, and it's about 5D. No, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Would existence or experience itself be proof that there is more than zero? That's what I would say. I would say to deny that would be a performative contradiction. But, once again, it can be argued. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a huge hole there, but it's kind of supposed to be there. Because I'm not going to tell you that you can't make the argument that there is only zero. I won't tell you can't make the argument. You most certainly can, and I'd love to hear good arguments for it. Because it's not about who's right, it's about how we come to these conclusions, what our perceptions are. I'd love to hear a good argument for it. And that's what you're going to get from the middle pathers, but that's not to say I won't come up with an argument against it. And the back and forth. We flesh out the idea. We figure out what we're both looking at and how we relate to it. I'm telling you, bro. So yeah, you can make the argument. You most certainly can. The yellow brick road do exist. Yellow brick road. Yes, the yellow brick road is real. All the imaginary shit is real. It has a reality to it, like you say, it's even on South Park. And I've added some new elements to the boot camp. A little bit of South Park. But yeah, the motherfucker's like, look, Jesus has affected more people than anyone you know or ever will know. I'll be damned if you tell me it's not real. There's a reality to it, but see, this is where we get into the details of what motherfuckers really believe. Okay, look, there's a reality to it, but it's not real. Okay, so what do you mean by real? Physical. Particulate matter. Go ahead and ask them. Well, you know, this is one thing to be discussing this, but you know, in real life, it's not really like that. What you mean, real life? Once again, ain't nothing out there forcing you to make that agreement. Ain't nothing out there forcing you to make the agreement. What is you? See, remember I said the beast earlier? The name is the mark of the beast. The name is the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast. You know how they brand cows? It's a mark. The scribble at the bottom of a contract you make, it's a mark. You call it a signature, but a mark and a signature are different things. It's a mark. It's a mark. As you sit here and listen to me, talk to you about different ways to use the idea of mark, one great thing to think of, hey man, maybe I don't know what this word means. I'm telling you, when I started doing that to myself, it opened up a lot. Do it in front of the bitches, Elia. I don't know what this word means. I'm gonna look it up. See, that'll probably get you looking things up, so you feel really like, hey, look, the bitches see me doing the research. Yeah, I don't know what that word means. I'm gonna look it up. You know, we have the internet in our pocket. You should look up words. You should look those words up too, baby. Go ahead, look, let's see a lot. I'm setting you up to flex, boy. I'm gonna lace you up, my nigga. I'm gonna lace you up. Let me go, says the ego. A remedy for the attachment to maps. A remedy for a particular map of yourself. The conception of self. Because we usually throw a lot into this idea of me. And I'm not telling you don't need to ever have a me. I'm telling you that the me that you've been using by default is deeply connected to the idea of the language and the concept of space-time. That's what I'm saying. Because look, okay, your physical body is most certainly real. It's most certainly physical, okay? Your personality is not physical. Your personality is not physical. It's non-physical. But this is the problem with the personality. It's entrenched in framing reality as though not only it is in the body, but that space-time is fundamental. It's caught up in these things. All of how it frames its relationship to reality, what it is, how it works, how it should work, what other things are, what you should be doing, all of this is based in the physical world. The body's physical matter. The personality is not, but the personality is fucking filthy. So this is why I give you the non-physical conception of self to work with, because it's equally non-physical as the personality, but it need not be wholly rooted in the idea of the physical world. See, look, your personality is that part that develops right along with the physical body. It's not a bug in the system, it's a feature. It's supposed to be that way. But once again, if this is the thing that's conditioned for the survival of the body, food, fucking, freedom, okay? That's the thing. The personality is conditioned for the body. It's the software for the hardware. But you're neither. You're the user. And so the non-physical conception of self is you turning in the right direction and giving you a little bit of sense of getting back to knowing yourself as the user. Okay? And you can see the most I can usually give you without giving consultation, without talking to you personally, is the non-physical conception of self. That's the most I can give you. The most I can give you is telling you, hey, look, here's the non-physical conception of self. It's kind of a hand on the controller. See, I can't tell you the whole you. I can't tell you all of your Adam Kadmon. Why don't I ever get the picture of Adam Kadmon? Why do I do this to myself? It's because I'm a dick. It's because I'm a piece of shit. I don't make a full. That's what I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna make a folder of all the pictures I be talking shit about, so I have somewhere to go. Because I have different places to go, but I don't stop and make one and not use it to make a bunch of others. So I'm gonna do that today. That way, when I need the fucking images, I know where to find them, and I'm not sitting here looking like a fucking fool. Oh, Black's Law Dictionary. Yeah, I like using Black's Law Dictionary because law is so fucking mechanical. It's so mechanistic. I love it. It's so mechanistic. It's very precise. It's very precise. Colloquial speech, common day parlance is not precise. People speak and turn a phrase so often in English and have no conception of it because they're not listening to themselves. They're just so quick to ready to make sure that nigga that said something. Oh, man, these niggas talking about this, but I said, you don't even remember what they said. Because it's all about what you said. And you don't even listen to you. You just want to be the nigga that niggas heard. I'm telling you, bro. Look, I gotta work on that folder. Yeah, I have copies of Black's Law 4th and 7th available for download. I usually have the link on the Gilded. It's on my. It just links to my Odyssey channel. Odyssey is a blockchain-based file serving service, similar to a YouTube but more extensive. So yeah, I got plenty of dictionaries. Okay, so dictionary game is cool. I always suggest Webster's 1828, which is available online. It's available online. You can even get an app on your phone. Webster's 1828. And see, this is Webster's 1828. Like stuff like this is from like original law dictionaries. Like the Bible used to be studied as a law book. Like, bro, I'm telling you, niggas don't know what they're looking at. Niggas don't know what they're looking at. But see, that's the beauty. Because that's why you can always hide it in plain sight. Because if a nigga don't know what they're looking at, they're not gonna see nothing. Love it. If you don't know what you're looking at, you don't see nothing. You don't see nothing. We just went over your perception and how that shit's easily fooled. If you don't know what you're looking at, your brain says, irrelevant, don't see it. I'm telling you. Earlier I was noticing when I visit the idea of non-physical self, it feels like an abstraction of the personality I've had to attach to the body, which I don't assume is a problem, that I think it's subtle. That's the subtle part of it. It's the subtle part of it. Because in the beginning, because you know nothing else of body and personality, some of it's coming along. But as you start to work out that personality, and you get more accustomed with knowing yourself as that non-physical conception of self, you can start to shed some of the more superfluous connections to the personality. Because once again, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and like, it has nothing to do with this. I don't want to tell you that. You actually want to examine the connection between the two. You don't want to conflate it with other bullshit. No, well, certainly, but there is a connection that you need to flesh the details out on. But having the distinction that the two are not one and the same is what's going to keep that going. Because like, bro, look, what, and it's, how do I say this? Like, when I first started working with deities, I didn't have an idea of the non-physical conception of self. I was doing it wrong as fuck for a long time. And wasting a lot of my own, okay, not wasting my time because I was supposed to learn it that way so I could say it the way I'm saying it. But I was getting in my own way. I was so excited about new deifications, and I was coming out, I was doing all kind of shit. And then it hit me. I was like, what is it that I am? Because I had been doing all the looking at the personality, like, look at you, we're going to do this. But like, it was the deities that got me. Because that's what they're supposed to be doing. I'm like, oh, nigga, what are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about who? What? Oh, shit. And so I had to start doing that, and I had to sort of find that. And then when I started working with the non-physical conception and stuff, everything was smoother. Everything was smoother because I was out of my own way. I wasn't contradicting myself with my own concepts. It's like you out here saying, I'm about to be a married bachelor. You're contradicting yourself with your own concepts because you don't comprehend the concepts themselves that you're trying to mix. fucking intersectionality. You don't understand the categories you're using to divide the world. Okay, race and gender intersect. Okay, but what constitutes the categories themselves? You want to ask me, how do I summon a demon? Well, what constitutes the category of summoning in a demon? But no, we just skip over that shit. Whatever the fuck. Oh my God. I will fucking rant, guys. You already know. I will fucking rant. Sounds like a case of not leaning into shit for me. Yeah, it's ultimately, yes, it is. But I can understand. I'm going to tell you that you're going to have that trip up. You're going to have that slip. That's part of the process. You're going to have that. But you'll see, the more you get into the non-physical conception itself and shed more of the personality aspects, your personality will follow. It will follow. You won't be able to give up all of it, but it will follow that non-physical conception itself. I'm telling you, bro, there's so many more details and intricacies to the process I want to discuss, but I can't do it when I have to do the basics, which is why I'm going to bring my office hours back, and I'm talking to the people who have taken the boot camp and had a consultation, at least one. So you can continue to move through this and keep it in context. Because this is a work, man. Man, you really have to let this shit go. Otherwise, you can't consciously/correctly frame a metaphysical presupposition. Yes, you can't serve two masters. You don't want to be lukewarm. Even God in the Bible, like, nigga, don't be lukewarm. Either you for me or you not. And that's that. When you get in here and you actually start, okay, you say you're not the body, right? Here come the test. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? And see, if you lukewarm, you're on the side of not making. You're on the side of your old ways. You got your old way and your new way, right? But if you lukewarm it and say, I'm just going to be neutral, you may as well still be your old way. You got to lean in. You can't just be at the pool. You need to be in the pool. Because you're at the pool, I don't know if you're wet. You could be chilling at the sun. Hey, man, I'm at the pool. If you in the pool, you wet. I need you to get in the pool. This shit, you got to get in the pool. Motherfuckers like to come around and just be at the pool. You know, take some pictures, let niggas know they at the pool. Talk about how cool it is to be at the pool. No, nigga, I need you to get in the water. I need you to be in the pool. There's a difference. See, at, in, and, of, if, or, but, and, the. These are primordial words, bro. They're the smallest words in your sentence. And they're the least likely for you to look into a dictionary to find definitions for them. Because you just assume you know it. Bro, what's the difference between this and that? What's the difference between this and that? Well, this is this and that is that. That's circular reasoning. You use the same word you're trying to define in the definition. What's the difference between this and that? You will say this and you will say that all day long. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. You do it all day. What's the difference between this and that? And it's as simple as, hey, let me look up a few definitions for a word I use all the time. Let's see, this is most important. Being heard, feeling like you've been heard. But here's the crux, you ain't listening to you. Because otherwise you'd have thought about a little bit of this. I'm telling you, that's why I started thinking about these things. Where I started listening to me. And it was just like Abba was talking about, it was in a place where I shut the fuck up. I realized about 98% of shit I was saying was cap, I didn't fully know, or I was repeating something. About 98% of everything that was coming out of my mouth. And not even just about spiritual shit, about everything. And I had to shut the fuck up and listen. Every time something in me wanted to be the motherfucker that was heard, I was like, nah, they don't need to hear you. I'm gonna listen. What you got to say? Now why were you gonna say that right here? What were you gonna get out of that? Oh, that's what you really wanted. That's what you really, okay. And look, all of me. Nobody else had to have it. Nobody else had to have it. Most people can't think about their thinking unless they're having a conversation with somebody. What is you? I give you plenty of the tools to do it, but you gotta believe. It's usually the fact that motherfuckers don't believe it. Oh yeah, motherfuckers usually don't believe it. So Like I tell you, bro, when I started this shit, I don't even have close to a fraction of the tools I give y'all. It took me years to do the shit I will give y'all. Okay? If you screw up a little bit, maybe it takes you a year, that's part of the process. I'm telling you. Because I'm low-key scared of letting go. I've been playing it with something dangerous. Scared of the unknown. That one. I think that's why I would seek balance so much. Oh, God, these motherfuckers in balance. I'm so sick of hearing about balance. It's all about balance. Look, if everything is balance, here's my argument. It's already balanced. You don't need to seek balance. It's part of the reason you exist as something that's manifest. You're already imbalanced to some degree. The imbalance is in how you relate to the world. And the center of how you relate to the world is your conception of self. Fucking balance. See, when most people talk balance, usually they're talking about emotional balance because they don't have control of their emotions. Not even control of their emotions, but they don't have a good relationship with them. See, fuck trying to control shit. How about you get a relationship with it? How about you get to know your emotions before you come in here, I need to control and master all of it. No. Shut your arrogant ass down. How about you ask a question? How about you get to know this motherfucker? Motherfuckers, I'm going to control all these gods. I can super control all the gods. No, nigga, you don't even know the gods. You complaining about human misery. Look at the lives the gods lived. And you complaining about what? And claiming to be a god? Nah. There's this little shit like that. But you have to actually be listening to yourself. You actually have to be thinking about your thinking. And a lot of that takes to shutting up. And some niggas ain't ready to shut up because they're very invested in people listening to them, people looking to them. They're here for the fun. Prior to using a non-physical conception of self, you obviously still had a claim and investment that you were beyond the body. I'm curious the nuances that emerged when non-physical conception joined. It got into what I was using to frame reality. Like what I'm talking to you guys about here. The artifacts that I was still using from the physicalist mindset. The presumptions, like when I tell you about the Morpheus and Neo fighting thing, and Morpheus goes up to Neo and he's like, "Do you think that's air you're breathing?" Yeah, I hit with that over and over and over and over. I'm telling you, I would bring personality shit where I didn't need it, and I will still do it. It's not like I'm super cool. I'm in the mud. I'm the dirtiest nigga in the room. No high road. Look, that nigga lying to you like, man, I gotta look pretty, man. What the bitches looking? Nah, bro. Look, see, you trying to hug me in front of the bitches? I'm gonna keep a spoonful of mud in my pocket, right? Oh, the bitches around. You wanna hug me? Ah, right on your pretty little shirt, nigga. That your shoes? It's your shoes, nigga? The bitches watching. What you gonna do? Hug me? On the dick. I love that. Oh shit. Yeah, it was most of the bullshit I was bringing along that I didn't have to, but because so much of it was written into the agreement of what I conceived myself to be, I couldn't help but bring it. And so when I started to see that, and I actually fleshed out the non-physical conception of self, and really got into the narrative, that's when it really clicked. Like the non-physical conception of self is a mean to an end. That narrative is what you really need to get a grasp of, because that's why the personality is so intoxicating, because you have so much of an intimate narrative with it. Timon times 2. That look one thing is easy to slip back. I have an example. Pick a fucking side, Timon. Yeah. That's my biggest thing about the middle path balance shit. It's like not trying to pick a side. Yeah. That's why I don't like it. But I can respect the different perspective. But I'm going to argue against the point. And if you're really confused about the middle path, left-hand path, right-hand path, I got the free ebook on the website, occultcornerstore.com. This is one of the free ebooks. This is Sacred Surfaces. This one's on altar work. All right, they're small ebooks, easy to read, quick. You can always reference them. Please give me the smoke. You could put the shit on your phone and it'd be easy to read. So you got if you're confused about left, right, middle, That's what we're talking about. Different premises of thinking. Listening is key, but you got to shut the fuck up to get it first. Yep. Listen and silent got the same letters in it. That's what I like to remember. Listening and silent has the same letters. So if you're listening, you got to be silent. I know some motherfuckers is like try and listen by talking, and it's like you think it'd be obvious that that's wrong, but anyway, I'm the dick. I'm lying with you on that, man. I'm low-key scared too, especially when I can't control the experience. Exactly. It's the fear. And see, look, when people talk about folks messing with the dark shit and going nuts, that's what they're talking about. It's the fear that does it. I had a client, man. I love this guy, bro. I love fucking with this dude. I worked with him for some months, and he didn't come to me. He originally came to a boot camp, right? And he was capping. He wanted to feel spooky, super spooky human, right? And you know, look, I'm not gonna tell you that what you tell me is wrong. About what you tell me about you is wrong. I'm gonna lean into it. You get what you asked for. So he came in. He was giving out the nice spooky name with the non-physical conception. You know, feeling real confident, right? He basically takes what he presumed he was taught. And because he felt so powerful, he's going to the darkest thing he can find, right? And just basically walking up and pissing on a nigga's shoes. Ha ha, look at me. You can't do anything. I'm the most powerful one. Look at me, spooky name. And you're not wrong. But here's where he fucked up. See, what he was calling non-physical conception of self, because he wasn't lining it up right. What he was really pulling into was the shadow part. But anyways, the idea that he was using as his conception of self was rife with humanity. And so you walk up, it's like you walk up to a tiger, shark, polar bear, right? The big bad me motherfucker with a stake around your neck, like, ha ha, look at me. I'm something different. Like, no. You covered in humanity. And so they got to fucking with him. And he thought he was gonna kill himself. That's when he comes to my door. You know, comes back to my door anyway. And I'm like, hey man, this is fun. Because look, because what was really killing him, what was really getting him, was his fear. Like after these motherfuckers checked his ass, he didn't want to fuck with nothing dark. He didn't even want to fuck with the feminine spirits, because the dark feminine spirits was fucking him up. I'm telling you, bro. Look, I fucked the bitches on a Saturday. I don't give a fuck. But it's what is you, and that fear. And see, the fear is only a result of you conceiving yourself as the personality. Because if what you are ain't the avatar in the game, you're not scared of its enemies. If what you are is not the avatar in the game, you're not scared of its enemies. But when you're scared of its enemies, why? It's because that's what you think you are. Yeah, boy, that might sound run. What do you mean? Nah, nigga. Like, where you gonna go? I was always like, fuck that. But in honesty, delusion's control is a tiring facade. Yeah, man, don't try and control now. You ain't gotta control it. It's perfect. What you gotta control is your grip on that idea of me, that's that personality. See, once you can get that, once you have enough narrative and context to get your me to not by default be your personality, you're getting there, okay? Because I'm not telling you you're never gonna deal with personality. I still deal with personality. Plenty of times. I was just yesterday. I was fucking around and forgot to take off human. Fuck you mean? I'm not telling you you're gonna become super clean, mudless Buddha. I'm telling you get in the mud and shit with me. That's what I do. Get in the mud. Nah, Elias like, no, bro, I'm pretty. Nigga, get out the tablespoon of mud. Fuck yeah, nigga. Tablespoon of mud. You think that's mud just coming? Right? Look, hit that nigga's pretty outfit with the mud. Oh, you think that's mud on your outfit, right? You think that's mud on your outfit? You think that's bitches looking? Huh? Look at my shirt, my shoes. Oh, you wanna hug me now, nigga? I love y'all, man. That's just hilarious to me. Yeah, nigga, tablespoon of mud like a recipe, bitch. Get humble. And see, a lot of motherfuckers who claim to be humble, they're not. They're arrogant, and they're trying to hide it with the image of humility. Well, I'm not better than anybody else. I'm the same as anybody else, their mouth will say. And then they start to look at everybody else. Why is everybody doing such low vibrational stuff? I can't be like that. I'm going to be balanced. Oh, so now you're different from everybody else, huh? Are you the same or you're different? Oh, I get it. Whichever one's convenient. Hey man, you follow who you want to, bro. You listen to who you want to. So I tell you, don't follow me. I'm a shit. As we walk in, I'm a fart. I might holler at your girl. Hey man, look, don't follow me. Don't follow me, the doo-doo baby. Hey man, it's a shitstorm, bro. Look, you lucky it was just mud and not shit. You're lucky it's just mud and not shit. I like the brown color on you. What's that? Man, that's doo-doo, baby. You know what? Bro, it's only so funny to me because of how much you be putting into, the nice outfit and stuff. Bro, I can't do it, bro. I'm telling you, bro. They're looking pretty shit. It's for the birds. It's for the birds, bro. Get in this dirt. Get in this mud. Oh, man. Yo, this has been fun, y'all. Look, 4 hours of talking shit. Oh, man. Okay, I'm about to clear this up so I can go do the rest of my fucking day. Yeah, man, thank y'all for coming out. Thank y'all for participating. And also thank everybody who went to occultcornerstore.com, has been helping out, supporting the work. Because look, man, the like and subscribe don't really mean as much to me. Well, you want to help, you want to do something, spend some money. Get these consoles, get this boot camp. Because look, I'm not just going to... Integrity. I'm not just going to give you some bullshit. I'm not just going to facilitate you being given some bullshit. Why? Because then I look bad. And what if the bitches are watching? See, that's the scoop of mud on my outfit. And I ain't here for that, okay? I'm going to lace you up. I'm going to put you ahead of everybody else in ways that you can't even comprehend yet. It be killing me. Motherfuckers will come through my shit, right? Even get a little bit. Then start going to other people and they can see the bullshit. And I only have to stay in your ear telling you, hey man, I'm better. Hey man, I'm better. Hey man, I'm better. They look and they're like, dude, they're not doing anything. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And unless I explain it to you a little, you're not gonna believe me. But they not doing shit. They not doing shit. And they don't know they're not doing shit, so it don't move forward because everybody's right. And so no one's wrong, and so you can't even examine the shit. But hey, that's why I'm here, guys. That's why I'm here. Look, I appreciate y'all coming out for the Monday morning. The skies are clearing up. Y'all get back to it. In all honesty, I don't know if I'm gonna do a boot camp next month. I'm thinking about it. But tomorrow is the final day for the boot camp I'm running right now. And so I'm still trying to see how some of the new additions I'm making working now. I'm telling y'all guys, I'm always adding new shit. Always adding new shit. The reboot camp reboots itself every time I do it. So yeah, that's all I got for y'all today, man. I appreciate you coming. I done ended this like 3 times, right? Yeah, look, I'm dead. Okay, y'all have a good day, man.